Without getting into an exhaustive study of morality and of the various moralities, it just links to there. What? Obviously, we cannot mention here all the essays on morality, but we can refer to the remarkable French shit of George Bastide, which appeared in 1961 on the problem of the sociology of morality. See especially Gurevich in volume 11 of the some French words, and also the articles of Casanueve, Ansart, and Michael on the social frames of reference of moral doctrines, and blah, blah, blah. Now, this chapter is like way shorter. Without getting into an exhaustive study of morality and of the various moralities, let us state at the outset that precisely within the perspective of the recognition of a double morality, it seems indispensable to stake out certain points of reference with respect to it, and to the moralities which exist in the world. We must do so with realism. Much later on, we shall have to examine the fact that realism is one of the very characteristics of Christian behavior in the world. But here, by the very nature of our project, we are already prepared to accept a realistic analysis of the ethical phenomenon. Indeed, this is not a matter of formulating an ideal morality valid for all mankind and of giving reasons why it should be obeyed. Neither is this a question of searching for the if and the why of authority of an eventual morality. We have said that in accordance with revelation and as a consequence of faith, that which ought to be done, that which ought to be obeyed, is the will of God. From then on, we have no reason to give voice to a wish concerning ethics, nor to embellish it with a justification, nor to construct a new system. One needs, quite simply, to consider what is the reality of the ethical phenomenon, under all its aspects, if possible, and in its contemporary manifestation and presence. We cannot go along with any glorification which would tend to make of morality more than it is, which is what nearly all do who live a completely worthy life or construct a satisfying ethical system. We cannot transpose into an ideal and absolute morality that in its wording as well as its practice and authority is a real fact. Morality does not transcend man, it is of man. Why does it bring me here? Oh. To speak thus and not reduce ethics to one of man's activities, ethics keeps its own special domain, as Karl Barth has shown. Atheism saved you, yeah, right. Oh, welcome. You accept?
Yeah,
What's up?
I'm an atheist.
Why?
I just think things makes. I just don't have a real I don't have a real good reason to believe in God, so I'm just atheist.
Well, I think that you can't rationally deny God. So I think atheism is kind of an irrational position. Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't say so. Why would you say irrational? Or I can explain how it might be irrational. Might be rational.
I've never heard a good reason why atheism is true.
Let me. I guess let me start from like here. I will. Let me guess. I guess I'll start from here. I think most like theists would say that there's an absolute beginning, or there's an absolute, or there's something that grounds everything else, and theists usually call that God, right? And then they say
Yeah.
like the atheist position, which that there is no ground, doesn't make sense because it can't explain everything else. So how can it ever make sense?
Couldn't explain anything at all.
Yeah. So the thing I would like to like pose is that while it's true that atheism rejects or doesn't really need any form of a absolute grounding, it can also be true that structures exist. So if we can see structures in the world, but that don't have any like type of grounding, we can explain things, or we can explain these structures. We can just pick out points or parts of the structure, and we can explain other parts of the structure with that point or part of the structure. Example being for like a literal example, like that like maybe if like we built like a tower in space and it's just free floating. As a literal example, literally there's no grounding anywhere around that. It's just a whole tower. It's a structure without a grounding.
When we're talking about grounding, we're talking about, so you have a sort of like a concept. We have concepts in our mind, right? And then the question is, do those concepts connect or like map onto the real world? And that's what we mean by like grounding. So like God, because we believe in God, we're able to have a justification that it would make sense that the things we think in our head reflect this actual external world reality. Whereas if you deny God, you lose access to the actual reality. You just have your perception. Like all you have is perceptions. You never get to the actual real world without God.
But like in the way like that, I explain structures. Like my idea of structures is still is like a concept, but it also can be applied to reality. Like how I applied it to like that free floating tower.
You never know what reality is, because unless like ultimate reality is like a mind and a personal God that reveals itself to us, we can never know reality.
Why not?
Because all we would have is our perception of reality. So we could never know, since like our minds sort of impose mental structures on the world, external world. We never know like what reality is. Like maybe some people think that everything in the external world is just like a mental substance. Some people think it's like a physical substance, and there's no way to like tell the difference.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
So with God, we can actually have a justification. We can say, well, look, there's actually this physical, real, external world, and there's actually the things that we perceive are actually there. And without God, you just have to assume, you have to have blind faith that what you perceive is actually there.
I kind of disagree. I agree with the first part that things are just like mental states. That's all I know. I don't really know about that second part about how there's something outside mental states that we know of, but I don't know if that's possible.
What, I don't know what you mean. I didn't say thing. What did I say that's outside mental states that we know? I don't.
You said the external universe, because like you said, like a problem if everything is just some kind of like mental state, that we need to know something that's not a mental state, that's external.
No, we have to connect your mental state to the external world. There has to be a connection there to know it.
I'm saying I don't believe that there's some kind of external world. I just think it's all mental states.
You don't believe in the external world?
Yeah, no.
Well, if it's all mental states, then you're going to have a hard time explaining logic, because there's no not A doesn't exist because everything is like the same mental substance.
I wouldn't say everything's the same in all regards as a. I wouldn't say everything is the same, exact same mental substance. There are different kinds of like mental substances, but I don't understand how I wouldn't be able to explain logic.
You wouldn't, because you can't distinguish between one mental. Everything is a mental substance in the external world.
Yeah,
You're,
yeah.
so then you can't distinguish between one mental substance and the next. Everything is just the same mental substance. So you couldn't explain logic in that type of reality.
How about if I put it in this way? Everything is composed of the exact same mental substance, but it's dependent on the way that these substances are arranged. Can't explain things or make things make sense or make things like distinguishable the way they're arranged.
It just doesn't. It's just not gonna. You're gonna have logic in that system because there's no not A. Everything is A. Not A doesn't exist.
The point I'm trying to make is that all these things are composed of the exact same thing. The only reason that we know how to distinguish certain things of the exact same thing is by how this part is arranged, how this part of this thing is arranged, or that thing is arranged. That's where these things come from, or how it makes sense to me. It's just how things are arranged. That's how I know. Like if you take like a whole a body of water, right? And then you took like droplets out the water, right? That's just how the body of water is arranged. We can distinguish between that droplet and another droplet, or this wave and that wave within an ocean, is because this collection of ocean waves in that area makes up that wave. It's just how things are arranged. To me, that's how it looks like.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to. I don't think that's gonna be able. You're gonna make sense or be able to account for logic and like idealism. That's gonna be the problem. Like everything is A. There's no not A, so you don't have a lot of non-contradiction.
Would it make sense? Like, would it make sense if I like show you an example of me using logic with this framework?
You can't.
But would you like me to show you? If I can, then would you accept that?
How can you show? You can't show me the framework. We have to like do thought experiments to prove a framework. We have to like contrast and compare and see like can your framework like make sense of logic, etc., or whatever.
I know, but I'm saying if you're already telling me that my framework fails without hearing me use the framework with logic, then how can I prove it to you?
You can, not only Christians can explain can account for the necessary preconditions to that which we experience in the world. There's no other way to do it.
But you're telling me that you don't want to hear my point of view, even if it does prove it. You just saying it. There's no way I can't explain it. Like you don't even want me to explain it in the first place.
I mean, you have been explaining it.
No, I mean like not what I was saying before, but how. But give an example of me using logic with my framework. You don't use that part.
What does that even mean?
Because you say like the way I think of how everything's composed of the exact same substance, right?
Yeah, these are just entailments to your position. You're promoting idealism, right?
Yeah, and you're saying I can't use logic with idealism or everything being composed of the exact same substance. I want to give you an example or prove to you that I can, but you're saying no or that it can't work. I want to prove it to you, but
how could you prove that
so like take for example, let's say quantum fluctuations, right? I think that's a good example. Or like what else?
I don't really like talking about quantum physics.
Oh, the Earth. The total crust, the crust of the Earth is just one whole thing. It's one whole thing, like a whole mass of just things, right? but you can point out mountains on the earth because of how these certain like dirt or how dirt is arranged on the earth, right? So I can still point out things on this one substance, which would be like let's say the crust of the earth is the mind or this one mental substance, right? And then the mountains or the peaks on the earth are just different forms of mental things or different forms of or just different things, right? So if a mountain to me is like an idea or whatever or some kind of mental idea or whatever, right? Then I think it works for me to say that the whole crust or the whole earth is just one thing with parts to it or just or certain arrangements of it within it, if that makes sense. I don't want to like sound like I'm rambling on or whatever.
Yeah, I don't. I think you're gonna run into internal inconsistency. You're not gonna be able to explain like how we can have knowledge, how logic can work, how morality you can account for morality.
Did I use logic? Well, in that example I gave you, would you say that like which part of it is illogical specifically?
Um, well, so like logic, you're gonna require like an absolute identity statement, right? That would impose and secure the any identity statement, right? And like, what would be your absolute identity statement in idealism? Like, all you have is human perception. Like, I don't think that human perception alone is not like enough to account for the world, to make sense of the world. Like, it's gonna break down at a foundational level.
Man, I don't want to sound like a dick, but like I don't see like it doesn't sound like you're like showing me like any part of like the example I gave or like what I said about what specifically of that is like illogical. Like where does the logic like fail? And that
Logic requires an absolute identity state to uphold and secure identity. So there can be, we can say A equals A, right? Like, you have no absolute identity state.
absolute identity state. That's just is it?
Yeah.
Can I say is absolute identity state just the same thing as saying it like?
A
Uh,
statement. That's what it says, statement. Absolute identity statement, sorry.
I don't know what that means.
Um,
Well, I know what a statement is.
so,
I know what identity is, but I don't know what it means to say it's absolute.
um, absolute means like without limitation, or like, you can think of it as like it's self-contained. It needs nothing outside of itself. So God is the identity state that doesn't depend on anything, that he can uphold, secure, and impose his own identity. And you're going to need something like, for things to have identity in the world, something needs to impose their identity.
Okay, so when you say it sounds so when you're saying that logic needs an absolute identity state, you're also saying in a way that logic needs a completely limitless part of it, right?
It just needs something that's absolute, self-contained, non-derivative, non-dependent. It can ground and secure the identity of all things, all particulars, all universals.
So what part of logic would you say is unlimited or limitless?
No, it's not. Logic is limited, right? So it needs something to limit it, something without limit to limit it.
I'm saying because you're saying that logic itself, right, needs an absolute identity state. So what part of logic implies an absolute identity or a limitless thing? Like why is limitless or absolute or whatever?
Okay,
Why is that
so
inherent to logic
an
itself?
apple is an identity, right? A type of, it has an identity. Okay, so if there's no limit to the properties of the apple, then the properties of apple would have no limit, right?
There's no limits to properties of Apple, then yeah. And Apple needs limit, or it will be
Right.
just anything else.
So the absolute identity statement, like God, is the thing that doesn't have a limit and limits the thing, everything in existence with limits. So it imposes and secures the properties of an apple, so they're limited to those properties. If there's no limit, nothing limiting the properties of an apple, then there'd be no reason to think that the apple would remain an apple or be an apple. It could randomly change properties at any time. There's nothing securing, limiting the properties so that the identity remains intact.
This kind of sounds like Spinoza. Huh?
So
Okay,
like you wouldn't have anything like that, right? So you wouldn't be able to explain logic.
all right. So you gave like a perfect example of something that of why logic needs something that's limited, right? Because like an apple, right? An apple, no, an
It
apple,
needs
an apple because it's
a
not.
limit, an entity that limits, or some force that limits things. Yeah.
No, an apple, it's not. Why am I? Okay, so I'm echoing. So I have to be right back. Hold on. Why the
If
fuck?
you just swipe out and swipe back in, it should fix the echo. He didn't know what to say, so he used the echo excuse to dip. That's what happened. Man, I'm trying to make some tea here. One second. My bad. Well, I was cooking that guy on idealism. I was baking cookies, so I'm gonna have some tea and crumpets. Mr. Skeptic. Jenga, you dropped. I guess I give you another chance.
Yeah, nah, I never left, bro. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, you gave me a clear example of what is limited, right? And why logic imposes or explains something to be limited, right? But you never explained why logic implies or shows that there's something unlimited.
It requires this thing that's absolute to limit logic, because
Why?
logic is an abstraction. Logic doesn't make logic true. There needs to be something that like makes it true, imposes the truth of logic. So
I
that would
mean,
be like an absolute identity statement.
why does logic need an unlimited thing to explain a limited thing? Why can't it just be limited? Why does it have to be absolute and unlimited?
Because there has to be a reason. It is limited, so then there has to be a reason for the limitation. If you say there's no reason for the limitation, then presumably it's unlimited.
Oh, then okay. Logic is limited. I think logic is limited mostly because of how people, right? Like people, since logic to me is just a mental state, right? Right. Then logic,
Now, logic is correct thinking about the world.
yeah. But to me though, it's like just a mental state. If I was like an idealist, or I kind of am, then it's just a mental state. And if it's just a mental state, then it's limited by other mental states. That's all it is to me.
There's no getting out of this problem.
Why do you think so?
Because if there's nothing limiting the properties of any like particular in the world, then it has no limit to its properties. Now there's no law of identity. Without a limitation to properties, how could you say anything has an identity? Because identity means that there's like a limitation to the properties. Our properties aren't just changing all the time.
No, I'm saying
If our
that
properties are random and infinite and unlimited, then how can you have identity?
No, I'm saying in my worldview, everything is limited because everything is composed of the exact same thing. Right? I can point to anything and I can say that's limited by this thing.
No, you need an absolute identity statement to limit things. You need God. You can't get out of it. There's no escape.
You're not giving me a reason as to why it has to be absolute. We know that limited things limit other things.
Because if it's not absolute, then it needs a limit.
Yeah, it needs a limit. That's my point of view.
Yes. If it's not absolute, it needs a limit. So if there's nothing in your system that's absolute, then everything needs a limit. And if everything needs a limit, then there's nothing absolute limiting all those things that have a limit. It doesn't make sense.
So what you're saying is everything in my worldview has a limit, which is true, which will also imply that there's nothing that is unlimited, which is true. I don't think there is anything unlimited or absolute.
Then there's no limit. Then everything falls apart.
What? But everything's limited, though. That's the whole
By
point.
what? By what?
By each other.
Thanks for coming.
I
wish you well. Oh my God.
What's up, buddy?
Yo, just objectively proving God, but people hate the truth, unfortunately.
I don't hate the truth.
Do you Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Well, then you hate the truth.
Most people in the world aren't Christian, though.
Most people hate the truth.
Okay, that certainly is a claim.
Yes.
So, like, listening to you, what is your definition of atheism? Because to me, like, atheism isn't a worldview. It's just an answer to, like, one particular question. Like, my worldview isn't based off of atheism.
Because atheists are so afraid to defend atheism, it's hard to say what the definition of atheism is, because they've sort of used the definition of atheism as sort of a strategy and a debate to try to redefine it as to avoid making a claim or something like that, or having the burden of proof in a debate. And so because of this burden shifting fallacy, it's hard to say what atheism even is.
So when I say I'm an atheist, I'm just saying I have a lack of belief in God. But like my atheism is a result of my skepticism. Right?
Right.
And then my worldview would be skepticism. And then I think beyond my skepticism, I think that like the best grounding for reality that we have available to us is like methodological naturalism, right? The underpinning of how science works.
You don't know what grounding means. Grounding is when we connect our concepts to the world.
Yeah. So
you can't ground anything without God. You don't have a grounding, dude.
I do. I ground my worldviews in methodological naturalism.
That's not a grounding. That's nonsense.
Sure it is. So
why are you lying to me?
I'm not
because
lying.
You hate
I know that
God
you're upset.
You are lying.
I don't hate God because I don't think God doesn't exist.
Why are you lying? Why are you saying that methodological naturalism can ground anything? That methodological naturalism is a concept that requires a grounding, doofus.
Okay, so let's just back up real quick. I understand you're upset. All right?
You're just a doofus that's lying to me. What are you talking about? You're straight up lying to me. You're trying to push methodological You don't even know how to ground a concept. You don't know what you're talking about.
So, okay. So, like,
I have a question for you.
You ground all... Okay, go. Shoot.
You say you're a skeptic. I don't believe in God because I'm a skeptic. But how is it that you've accepted that the world doesn't have a God? Why aren't you skeptical of that?
I haven't accepted the fact that like the world doesn't have a God. I just have no reason to
Yeah.
believe that there is one, right?
Well, if God is necessary, right? You've accepted that
I
he's
don't
not
accept that God is
necessary and obvious.
necessary.
And you don't accept that God's obvious,
Yeah.
right? Well, I think God's obvious and necessary. So you're not.
Okay.
You've accepted that that's not the case.
Yes. I have
Right.
accepted that
Why
that's
aren't
not
you
the case.
Why aren't you skeptical of that position?
I am skeptical of that position, but I still think it's the
You've
most
taken that
coherent
position.
position.
You're taking that position.
Just because I've taken a position doesn't mean that I'm not skeptical of my own beliefs, right?
You don't even believe your own position. Okay.
No, I believe my own position to be correct, but I realize the fallibility of my
skeptical
own
of it.
human systems, my own
You're not
human
then you're
sensory
not really
perception.
skeptical. So you're not really skeptical.
I would say that I'm the most skeptical. Like if I'm skeptical of
No.
not only your position, but my own position as well, because I recognize the fallibility of my human perception, then I would say I fall right in line with skepticism. I don't think you know what skepticism is.
Skepticism is when we don't know something. We're unable to know something.
Kind of. I don't think that absolute knowledge is obtainable. So what it's going to go back to is like, so your whole, like you even said it earlier, that our human experience is limited by our five senses and how we interact with the world. So
by the way, when you say absolute knowledge is not attainable, that's a contradiction because that's an absolute knowledge claim. Go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, so when you say that like you know that God is true because of divine revelation, aren't you using your human faculties to accept that?
Correct. But I don't, there's no issue with me using my faculties because they're grounded in God's revelation.
But your human faculties are limited, right? You would say that your five senses limit your perception of the world, right?
They're not like perfect, but they're reliable.
I believe that they're mostly reliable. So we're finding some common ground here. But how would you know that your divine revelation is correct over like someone who asserts the exact same argument as you do, but they just say that it's Brahman is the necessary foundation for all of world mankind?
We just
knowledge.
We would just compare the positions. Like I would like say like assume your positions and then show there's like a inconsistency or incoherence. And then I'd show you like, look at, here's my assumptions, and my assumptions are coherent and consistent.
Okay. And you don't think that Hindus and Muslims and Zoroastrians and all the religions before didn't have a solid, like they're all wrong and you're right?
Yeah, I don't think those worldviews can meet the transcendental challenge and account for the necessary preconditions of intelligibility. And only the Christian worldview can meet the transcendental challenge.
Could you demonstrate that?
Yeah, like we would so we'd have to do a comparison of positions. So I'd have to compare my assumptions to your assumptions, right? So like,
okay, so say I believed in Hinduism and I thought Brahman was the necessary foundation for all reality. How would you justify your position over my position?
Well, I'd say like if everything is Brahman, that's going to have the same problem as the last guy who's an idealist, where everything is A, and everything is A. You don't have logic because there's no not A. There'd be no law of non-contradiction. So they couldn't account for logic. They couldn't make sense. Hindus couldn't make sense of logic.
Okay, so you could literally just flip the script here, and you could be the one arguing for Hinduism, and you could just say that about Christianity, and it would make just as much sense.
Well, no, because
yeah,
no, because you need you need to have like a metaphysical justification for how we can have logic, right? And
Brahman is my metaphysical justification for how
Yes,
we have logic.
no, Brahman would destroy logic, because if Brahman's true, then there's no such thing as not A, because everything is Brahman in Hinduism. So you wouldn't be able to have the law of non-contradiction. Nothing would contradict because everything's the same. There would be no contradictions.
Well, it's not that every thing is Brahman. It's that every manifestation of how humans perceive God is Brahman, right?
Yes.
Like the same way that you think Jesus is God is the same way that they think Jesus is Brahman.
Ultimate reality is everything is the same thing. Ultimately, everything is A.
Okay, so ultimately everything is Yahweh then, in yours, just the same way that ultimately everything is Brahman to them.
No, we believe in a creator-creature distinction, right? So the creator is holy, set apart, distinct from creation. We don't have that.
So do they. They're not saying everything. They're not saying humans are Brahman.
No. Problems that apply to the Hindu worldview don't apply to the Christian worldview because it's not the same position, dude. I've thought everything, right? This argument can't fail. Atheism is a joke.
I mean, that certainly is an assertion, but you're not doing much to like substantiate it.
What are you talking about? I'm cooking you. I'm cooking the shit out of you. What are you talking about?
I mean, sure. Okay.
Gosh. My cat's always hungry.
Okay, so when you're saying that, so like you take some axiomatic positions, mainly your Christian presuppositionalist
no, I don't believe
worldview.
I don't believe in
You
axiom.
absolutely do. Your axiom is that God is the necessary foundation of reality.
It's not axiom.
What's an axiom?
God would be like God would be the foundation to even have an axiom. An axiom? Did you say what's an axiom?
Yeah.
An axiom is something like you basically assert without an explanation or a reason.
That's a little bit different. That's a precept. So like your foundational belief in God would be a
precepts that we justify our presuppositions.
So what can you point to? So if you're so like my axioms and methodological naturalism and the way that I ground knowledge is the main one would be that we live in a shared universe inhabited by all rational observers, right? So that's like an axiom that I believe, right? Your axiom is that God is the necessary foundation of reality. Okay, it's actually a precept. They're both postulates. They're both starting points.
I don't have an okay. I have to drop you, dude. You're too low information. I'm like going nuts.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, what? No one's waiting? I thought there were people waiting. Shit. Run. Dude, I told you I don't. God is not an axiom. Like, you don't know what you're using words incorrectly. You're talking about grounding your worldview in methodological naturalism. Okay? That sentence is incoherent. You have no idea what you're talking about. You're so low information, I can't even talk to you, dude, because you don't know. You're using words. You don't know what the words mean, so we can't have a conversation because it's literally, it's that bad. It's really bad, dude. I'm not being a jerk. It's really bad, okay? Yeah, I'm running. It's so ridiculous. He said he grounded... What did he say? He grounded his worldview in methodological naturalism? That is absolute nonsense. Methodological naturalism is a concept that would require a grounding. You can't use a concept to ground something. Concepts require grounding. It's like total. It's so. Oh my gosh. Yep. This is what they do. This is what they do. So. And actually, I want him to come back and just sit here and like say his nonsense. Because I want to eat my cookie. It's worse than saying you ground your view in reality, but that's pretty bad too. Where was he? I was raised Catholic, but am now agnostic, leaning towards the atheist side. Why would you think atheism is like? I don't understand. I don't understand why people think like atheism is a good idea. I literally don't get it. Historically,
But if it's just other people's
I
why?
don't know.
I don't know, I just kind of took a shower to make my body feel.
There's no request button. There should be. What's his name? Beard Strokes. Here, I'll invite you. Beard Strokes. Great name.
Hey,
So, you at a restaurant or something?
no, I'm at the gym. If it's kind of too loud, I can request later.
It's alright. So what do you got? At least you're at the gym. You must be a Christian, right?
No, I'm an atheist. That's why I requested. I don't really know what the position is there, but I'm happy to talk about it.
So are you an atheist?
Yes.
And why are you an atheist?
I guess I just haven't seen enough to be convinced that there is a God.
Well, I don't think evidence is possible without God. So that's kind of how I argue God. I think God's like necessary for evidence, and you couldn't like rationally deny that.
Why is God necessary for evidence to exist?
So like I could take like any fact and show how God's necessary for that fact to be the case. Like I bring up boiling noodles a lot. To boil noodles, there has to be like uniformity of nature. There has to be like identity. There has to be reliability of our senses and our cognitive functions. And for those things to be true, or to explain those things, those background information to make it true that we can boil noodles, God is also going to be a part of that. Like he's necessary to make those things true. That water is always going to boil when it heats to 100 degrees Celsius, because there's a consistency in the world that's imposed by God's divine providence. And so to deny God, you wouldn't be able to explain why there's this like consistency that every time you heat water to 100 degrees Celsius, it boils. You wouldn't have no reason to think that that's consistently going to happen without God as an explanation or like a justification.
Okay. I guess what I would ask then is it possible to have any other explanation about God? Is it not possible to assert that it's simply the nature of the universe and it doesn't necessarily have to be contingent on God? I guess that's where I'm missing the.
Well, if you just assert it is that way, I mean that's not really an explanation or a reason. That's just saying it is what it is. And
Isn't it similar to asserting that God makes it that way? I don't see the difference between the two. They're both assertions, are they not?
yeah, you know, it's kind of hard to hear you. Maybe you should try again another time.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, no worries. Oh, great. What you got, Autumn?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk to you about so here's the thing about morality in the Bible. I don't think it aligns with morality, like that's actually true and like based in scientific fact, right? So, they say it's morally wrong to cross-dress. It doesn't negatively impact society. Nobody is being actively hurt by that. Same thing with being transgender. We can see that transgender individuals' brains tend to align with the gender that they were assigned.
We can talk about these things.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, like, here's the truth. Like, we look at the morality in the Bible, and it doesn't
Let's not talk
align
about
with future
LGBT.
evidence that we have looked into, right? So, can you tell me what is morally wrong outside of biblical text with being a homosexual individual? Please tell me.
Can we not talk about LGBT, please? Because I don't want to I'm going to get banned. We're not allowed to talk about that stuff.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. You don't have any evidence behind it, besides.
First of all, no,
And
you
that's why
said there
you're
was
not wanting to talk about it.
you said there was like moral scientific facts. That's not true. Science doesn't give us any like moral facts.
It can give us facts that can contribute to how we morally view the world, right?
Yes, but it doesn't tell us anything about what we ought do.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Like, I don't think it's like telling us to think one way or the other, but I think it's sort of telling us, hey, this is the evidence that we have for this specific situation. And most of the time, those things don't align with biblical text. Not all the time, some of the time, like there are some things that are in biblical text that are scientifically accurate, right? But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that the Bible is 100% true, because a lot of the claims in the Bible are not scientifically accurate, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, you got to understand that Christian morality is not like the world's morality. It's not like a list of things to do and not to do that's going to make God happy or sad. Christian morality is a way of life. It's a way of living that involves a personal relationship with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And so there's not really these issues that like you're bringing out. It's not like an issue.
Yeah, they kind of are issues. Like, I feel like
No, because we're not to impose our morality on non-Christians. It's only for Christians.
well, definitely Christians love imposing their morality on me. You've even tried to impose your morality on me.
Me? No, I have not.
You
No, I
have.
haven't. No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
you have.
No.
You've literally told me it's like wrong to, be who I am.
What? No, I didn't. I would never say that.
You literally did.
No, I wouldn't say that.
You literally did. But anyway, we can move on from that. You definitely did say that. Like, you can look at previous clips of you and me talking
definitely did
specifically
not.
about that community, right? Because that you used to talk about it.
I don't talk about that stuff. I say I love. No, I don't. I say I love all people. I try to avoid those discussions because I'm going to get flagged if we even talk about that stuff. Not that I don't mind talking about it, but like Christian morality only applies to Christians, right? Like you can live your life and do whatever the hell you want.
Right. But here's the thing. What about Christians in that community, right?
What about them?
What do you think about them?
The ones that are like hateful?
No, the ones that are just part of the community and also Christian.
I mean, I don't know. That's has nothing to do with me, right? Like they can have their relationship with God.
No, I want to know your opinion because I know you have one.
I don't care what people do. Everyone's a sinner.
Okay, so they're
I'm a
sinners.
sinner. Everyone's a sinner. I'm a sinner. We're all sinners. So that's the idea, is that you're humble, you admit you're a sinner, you're not perfect, you need God. So what?
No, because, okay, so you think that people can get married to their same gender, right? And they can still go to heaven. They can.
I mean, that marriage, that's an issue of the state, right? So I don't know what that has to do with.
Yeah, like if they get married.
If the state wants to marry two same gender people, then whatever, I don't care.
Yeah, again, I'm not saying that you do care about that, but what I'm saying is, are those people going to heaven if they have a relationship with?
I don't know. You would have to ask. You'd have to ask God. Only God knows that. I can't answer that.
Okay. But you think it's a sin?
Everything is a sin. Even if you follow the law perfectly, you're still a sinner. Our whole life is engulfed in sin because we're in a fallen world, right? But we have a way open to free us from that through Christ. So Christianity is like.
So one person with particular brain chemistry getting married is wrong, but another person with
everything is wrong. We're corrupt. We're sinners.
Why?
Everything we do is sinful.
Corrupt? It doesn't
because
make sense.
we're in a fallen state. Because of what Adam and Eve did. Now we're in a corrupt, fallen world. So we're all sinners. Our life is a life of sin. Doesn't matter what you do, even if you're like a perfect Christian, you're still a sinner. There's no escape.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone is under a judgment, right? Jesus paid the ransom for our sin, so now we have the opportunity. If we repent, then we can receive like forgiveness and grace and all that stuff. So all you gotta do is repent.
Yeah. So again, if you're straight and you get married, it's not a sin. But if you are gay and you get married, it is a sin.
Everything is a sin.
Is being straight and getting married a sin?
Yeah, straight married people are sinners. They're on their way
sure they are,
to the inevitable
but is that
fate.
A sin?
Their
You're trying to misrepresent it by being like everything's a sin.
Dude,
No,
the
you're
straight
not jumping
people
out of this one.
The straight people getting married and the same gendered people getting married, they're in the same position. They're equal, right? They're both on their way to the lakeside property in the afterlife, right?
Lakeside property?
Yeah, God has a special lakeside property for people that don't want to have a relationship with him. He's got a nice little place by a lake for you.
Wait, but if everyone's a sinner, then everyone's just going there? So everyone goes to the same place under your worldview?
You have an opportunity to have a relationship with God through Christ.
Yeah, again, like, if you are a Christian, okay, and you are heterosexual and you get married, that's not a sin, right? In and of itself. That act is not a sin, right?
Yeah, you're not thinking correctly. It's not about this.
I am thinking correctly. I'm asking you if certain acts are or are not sins. You should know that.
No, it's a way of life. It's not about this is a sin, that's not a sin. It's a way of life. It's about having a relationship with Jesus. It's not about following a list of do this, don't do that.
Yeah, but like you should have an idea of what the sins are when the Bible constantly talks about what the sins are, right?
It's like you're totally ignoring what I'm telling you. There's no list of sins. That's not a thing.
Read the Bible.
It's a way. Christian morality is a way of life. It's not like the worldly reality. You're trying to make it a worldly morality. Worldly moralities are like, here's this list, here's these laws, obey these laws. That's worldly morality.
Yeah.
God's morality isn't like that. It's like a way of life that involves freedom and risk. It's constantly renewed and it's changing, right? And we're having a relationship with a living God, Jesus. That's what it is. It's a way of life. It's not a list of things to do and not do.
Yeah, so you said there's no list of sins. What about the 7 deadly sins?
Thanks for coming.
I ate you up.
Yeah, you did. You're the best. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Holy crap. Yeah, the 10 Commandments and the 7 deadly sins. That's human
literally a list
morality.
of sins.
What?
That's literally a list of sins, and you said there's not a list of sins.
That's human morality. That's
That is
that's
a
not
list
God.
of sins.
That's human morality.
The 7 deadly sins is literally a list of sins, and you said there wasn't one. I mean, is it wrong? Am I wrong saying that?
Yeah, Christian morality is about a way of life, right? It's not about following a list of rules.
It pretty much is. It gives you there are literally
Are you a
commandments
Christian?
that tell you there are commandments that tell you it's a list of rules to live by.
Are you a Christian?
No. Why
Okay,
would I
well,
do something so foolish?
I'm a Christian, and I'm reading a theology book, right? It's called
It's called that's a good title. Oh.
to will and to do, right? And it's about Christian morality, and it says in this book that Christian morality is not like a list of commands to follow; that it's a way of life.
Yeah, that book says that. The Bible says otherwise.
Okay. Are you an atheist?
Sure.
Do you think that's a rational position?
How would it not be? It's a lot more rational than talking donkeys and snakes.
I don't know. I mean, there's not much of a difference between a donkey, a snake, and an atheist. So if God can make an atheist talk, he can make a snake talk, right?
Yeah, no, it's funny. Does this talking donkey have vocal cords?
I don't know.
Does the talking snake have vocal cords? Does that bush have vocal cords?
I mean, I'm sure vocal cords aren't going to be an issue if you're God, right? The man can walk on water.
Sounds like he has a lot of issues. Sounds like he throws temper tantrums when he doesn't get his way.
No, he just punishes his children who are rebelling, like teenagers.
The ones that he made that he knew what they were going to do.
Yeah, those ones.
So he made them knowing what they were going to do. So he does it to punish them.
Well, it doesn't matter just because you know what someone's going to do. It doesn't follow that you like cause them to do that thing, right?
If I have a child and I know for a fact that my child is going to be a serial unaliver, and I know for a fact 100% I know this, and I still have that child, does that not make me kind of responsible for it?
No.
How not? I know for a fact that it's going to be that way. 100% know
because he
can't be all knowing that.
Your knowledge that someone is going to make a choice is not the same thing as like causing the choice, right? So I think
when you make that person, it is.
No.
Yes.
No.
No
It
is
just
not a
doesn't
valid
follow.
argument.
It doesn't. You just see. This is like a highlight of the irrationalism of atheism, right? Because it doesn't logically follow, right? Because you know what someone's going to choose, that you're somehow responsible, or that you chose their choice, or you caused their choice. That just doesn't logically follow. You're just being emotional.
No, he made serial unalivers knowing that they were going to be serial unalivers. He knew
Yeah, it
this
doesn't.
before they
That's
were
not
ever
his
born. He
fault.
knew them. He knew them in their womb. He designed them this way.
So what?
So that makes him responsible.
It doesn't logically follow. You don't care about logic, though. Okay, how about an emotional argument for God?
Well, I'm not talking about emotions. I talk about facts.
No, you're being emotional because what you're
It's not
presenting to
emotional.
me
It's a
is
fact.
highly irrational. It's emotional
It's not
because
irrational.
it is. It doesn't logically follow that goes.
It's irrational to you because it doesn't fit your narrative, your prerogative, whatever you want to
It has
call it.
nothing to do with that. It has to do with logic, pure logic, right? It's just not gonna
It is
like.
logic. Like
Here,
I
let
said,
me
if I
show
have a
you.
kid, if I know that my kid's going to be a serial unaliver, if I know 100% for a fact, wouldn't I do everything in my power to not have a kid?
If I know that like every time we go to the Chinese restaurant, you get like General Tsung's chicken, and you say like, I hate all food, all Chinese food except for General Tsung's chicken. And so when we go to the restaurant and
Then
you
I
order,
wouldn't order it.
I know that you're going to order General Tsung's chicken, yet my knowledge doesn't mean that like I'm causing you to order General Tsung's chicken, right?
It's General So. TSU, excuse me.
There's two types. So like you see that, right? So it's the same with God, right? Just because God knows you're gonna, choose chicken at the restaurant, it doesn't mean that he causes you to make that choice. So it doesn't logically follow what you're
He made you
presenting.
knowing you're going to make that choice.
Yeah, but he doesn't control your choice. You're
He
responsible
doesn't.
for your choice.
But he made you knowing that you're going to make that choice. And it's not even a choice if he knows you're going to make it.
Do you like not have a choice to like talk about something else because like you're just ignoring what I'm presenting to
I
you?
do have a choice because God's not real.
Why are you just ignoring what I'm presenting to you?
Why are you ignoring what I'm presenting? Or excuse me, why are you denying what I'm
Because it's not
presenting?
logical, it's emotional. Like I was trying to tell you, it's not logical.
It's not emotional at all. I'm quite calm.
There's no
I'm good.
logic to anything you're saying. There's no logic to what you're saying. It's illogical. So would you concede that atheism is irrational?
It's definitely not.
What's the rationale for atheism?
It holds far more rationality than, like I said, talking donkeys.
So what's the rationale for atheism?
It holds a lot more rationality than the entire planet was covered in water for 40 days and 40 nights.
So what's the rationale for atheism?
Evolution?
Okay. Have you ever heard of the transcendental argument for God?
You guys have so many different arguments for him, and none of them can be backed up.
Well, I've never seen anyone successfully, escape the transcendental argument for God.
No, you've never heard Darth have someone successfully.
Yeah, Darth has never lost.
Darth is always lost. That guy's been lost for a long time. Yeah, and it's sad that you're kind of like this.
What is ultimate reality that is not God that cannot defeat the Christian worldview?
What is ultimate reality that can say what? Now you're doing word soup just like Darth. Like I said, you're a really good little puppet of his.
Well, we disagree about ultimate reality. I think ultimate reality is the Christian God, and presumably you think ultimate reality is like, I don't know.
Show me proof of this Christian God. What is the proof? How can you measure Christian God?
The Christian God is going to be part of a paradigm, so we would prove the Christian God.
Measured?
He wouldn't be measured. He's part of a paradigm, and so we would argue the Christian God by arguing a paradigm, which means we're going to have to compare paradigms, and then you're going to get screwed because the Christian paradigm is the dominant paradigm.
Well, to be fair, the only person that screws me is my much better half.
That's beautiful.
Thank you. But seriously, how do you measure God?
You don't measure God. We
Why
prove
not?
God
Because he's not real?
because God's ultimate reality, and ultimate reality cannot be perceived.
Again, more Darth word soup.
It's not word soup.
It really is.
We only have our perception of the world, right? We don't know what the world actually is, right? So science deals with the perceptual world, doesn't deal with the actual world, right?
No, the scientific method does deal with the actual world.
No, it does
An
not.
experiment. It's an experiment you can recreate over and over and over again and get the same result.
But there's a difference between the world we perceive and the world as it actually is. We don't perceive the world as it actually is.
We do. That's called the scientific method. That's how we figure out what actually is.
No, dude. You
Yes,
can't have
I know
access
that.
to what
I
you only know
your
the world
feelings.
through our perceptions. We don't know the world apart from our perceptions.
I know your feelings are getting into this now because I'm denying your ultimate reality.
Because you're lying.
I'm lying.
Yeah.
You believe that every single child on this planet is a child of incest, then, right?
Thanks for coming. I wish you well.
Do you not believe that?
Where do they grow these people? How is it I'm running? Like are you guys not listening to what is being said to me? Like, what the hell? They're saying, like, everyone is just BSing me. It's all BS. They don't know what they're talking about. Why do they do this? Why? Terrible games. You accept God as your creator?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
Because first of all, there's no proof. Secondly, if there was anything even remotely like tangible or defectable about the existence of God, the most powerful organization on earth, the Catholic Church, would put that proof forward in order to get more people to join their cause. But there's a religious organization on the planet that has any ammunition or any justifiable argument to give any kind of proof to the general public that would support the idea that their God exists or that their religion is the one true religion. And if that proof did exist, it would be in front of us all the time, every single day.
Well, I think it is, and I present that proof all the time, and I don't think you can rationally deny God. That's part of the proof. Do you think you can rationally deny God?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the rationale for denying God?
All of the people who subscribe to their belief system are also sharing the table with people who SA young human beings who persecute and visit bigotry and hatred on marginalized groups and people who don't subscribe to their doctrine. All of these things kind of pile up into this movement where from the outside, it objectively is something that you can clown on a regular basis and also say is just objectively bad from a social standpoint. So if God was on your side, on the side of Christians or really any religious group, you would think that they would put up their followers and the organizations that proselytize their existence to not only lead an objectively morally correct life, but also purge all of the bad actors from their organizations in order to give them distance from all of the atrocities and horror that many religious groups have visited on society over the last couple thousand years.
Well, it seems like we agree that there's not a rational reason to reject God. Have you ever?
There is though. There is though. You see what I just said.
Not going to provide it. Well, that was
no.
just
I did.
That was emotional.
No, what I'm saying is like, okay, let me put an example in front of you. Let's say that you were the leader of a huge company, like a nonprofit organization, and you found out that 35% of the people within your nonprofit organization were committing crimes that personally harmed other human beings. And instead of doing anything about that, you either move them to another location or you just denied that it happened or you swept it under the rug. Now, that's not an indication of good leadership. And that's also not an indication of something that should be defended by people on a social level or held up as something that we should all subscribe to. Now, if you're God existed, you would think that the hundreds of thousands, millions of followers of these different religions would actually step up and do the work to clean up their house, but they don't.
No, if you actually read the Bible, it's going to say that lot of. I let you talk.
Yeah, go ahead. I have a problem with anybody saying like the Bible says, because there's no reason to believe anything that's inside the Bible.
Sure there is. The Bible is necessary for facts. So if you deny the Bible, it's like denying facts, which would be absurd.
Okay, that really broad and open-ended statement doesn't provide me with any context for why there's anything factual in the Bible.
Well, the Bible is necessarily true because denying the claim of the Bible would be like denying facts. Do you believe facts exist? Are there facts or not?
So again, like you're just making a statement, but you're not backing it up with anything that actually gives it any credence.
Sure, facts require a single unifying principle because you couldn't have a fact in isolation, right? Every fact requires like a web of facts to be a fact, or a theory of factness, or an.
And how do we establish what a fact is? It has to be objectively provable and observable by other human beings, right?
Facts are given meaning and context through interpretive schemes. So we need to interpret the fact to give it meaning.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I don't agree with that. There is an interpretation when it comes to facts. Something is either objectively and observably true or it isn't.
Okay. So like you understand, like let's take a fossil, for example. That would be like a data point or a fact in the world that there's this fossil, right, laying in the desert. Okay. So that fossil doesn't have a mind and a voice. The fossil doesn't say, "Hi, I'm a fossil and I'm 2 million years old," right? It doesn't tell us that.
It does, though.
The fossil has a voice and a mind?
The fossil is a physical object that has observable material properties that we can examine using tools and methods that prove that those things existed millions of years ago.
Did you think that was an answer to my question?
What you just said is that's just you trying to divert the fact that I just squashed your entire statement just now. Like the entire scientific community has looked at the fossil records and looked at many miles of loam and earth and determined the age of things because of carbon dating. All of these things have been agreed upon by the vast majority of the scientific community. That's an observable material fact that people agree on.
You're just yapping. Does a fossil have a mind and a voice to talk to us?
How is that relevant? That's a rhetorical question.
I'm trying to make a
silly
point.
Rhetorical question.
Right. So why can't you answer a simple question? Is it because you're emotional? Since God is real and you can't prove atheism, so now you're being emotional and not logical.
No. See, the problem here is that I've been listening to this conversation that you're having with people, and when you get cornered into a logical fallacy, what you do is
I'm
start
not the
saying
one
that
being
people are getting
emotional.
emotional. Right. You start saying that people are
I'm not
emotional
being
and throwing
emotional.
around
You're
ideas.
being because you're ignoring what I'm presenting to you. So does a
No, because
fossil
you're
have a mind
no,
and a voice?
you're trying to angle
You're
this
not even
conversation
answering a
towards
simple
getting
question.
people
I'm
upset.
asking you a simple question, and you're being
What's the simple
emotional.
question? Does a
Does a
fossil have a
fossil have
brain
a
inside of
mind and
it?
a voice?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Jeez, this is like, it only took me 5 minutes for you to answer a simple question. It's like pulling teeth talking to you because your atheism's so crazy. You're a crazed atheist.
So now
Okay,
you're resorting to personal attacks
dude,
because
you're
you have
so
nothing substantial to
I'm
say.
just
Go ahead.
pointing out how frustrating you are because just to get you to answer a simple question was like pulling teeth.
Yeah, but that simple question was absurd. So go ahead.
So, since the fossil can't tell us how old it is, right?
It does though. It does though. You see what I'm saying? Like right away, you immediately just forget everything that I said and then start saying that I'm emotional.
Because I can't even make a point without you bitching and moaning and
Okay,
crying.
Go ahead.
Since the fossil can't speak to us directly, it doesn't interpret itself. It requires the paleontologist to interpret what the fossil means, and they're going to use an interpretive scheme that's going to include background information. And so depending on the paleontologist's like interpretive scheme or background information, they're going to apply different meanings to the data. The fact will have different meaning with different background information, right? So now the question is, who has the correct background information, right? Because you need the correct background information to interpret the fact correctly, right? So we're talking about interpretive schemes. I'm arguing Christianity is an interpretive scheme that to interpret any fact requires the claims of the Bible as background information. And if you deny that, due to your background information, the facts won't have any meaning or context.
So let me just see if I understand. Basically, what I'm hearing here is unless you believe the word of the Bible, you don't have the proper context to interpret things as observable facts.
Bingo.
Okay, that is that is completely silly.
No, it's not, because facts.
Can I say something really quick? The reason that's silly is because not only does the Bible have a bunch of contradictory entries inside of it that don't make sense in the real world at all, and also talk about things that are mystical in nature, there also is very slim evidence that Jesus Christ even existed, let alone was a prophet or the Son of God. And additionally, there are multiple versions of the Bible that we know were written over the course of 300 years by many, many, many different men. There are patriarchal messages, misogynistic undertones to the Bible, things that just flatly do not work when it comes to human beings existing in a harmonious society. And the fact that you're going to sit here and tell me that it is the basis of fact for literally anything is laughable.
What's laughable is you're sitting here talking about possibilities and impossibilities. You want to say that these claims of the Bible are impossible. Well, what would be ultimate reality that would determine possibilities if it's not God? How would you know what's possible and impossible if there was no God?
You mentioned ultimate reality earlier. I'd like you to expand on exactly what that means.
Ultimate reality is that in the system that dictates possibilities and necessities. So when we speak about what's possible or impossible, we're referring to ultimate reality. But you want to say that ultimate reality is unknown. So when you say the Bible's like these claims of the Bible are impossible, you're just BSing, because there's nothing in the background information that would dictate what's possible or impossible. So you're just making shit up.
Okay, so is it possible for you to bring someone back from the dead?
I believe God, through the power of God, someone could come be risen from the dead, of course, yeah.
Okay, cool. And have you ever heard the talking point where people ask, like, if you say that you're charged by God to go and slaughter like 30 people, and I say that, my job is to stop you from doing that, but God told you you were allowed to do that, that's okay to do?
Yeah, so the Christian morality doesn't work like that. Christian morality is a way of life where we have like a personal relationship with Jesus. It's not about like following a list of like things to do and not to do.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you that if let's say you heard a voice in your head that said that you needed to go and
Yeah,
schmurder all
I
of the
wouldn't do it.
unbelievers. You wouldn't do it.
Right.
Why not?
Because that voice would be inconsistent with God's revelation, and therefore it's clearly like a demonic entity.
See, it's funny though, because what I consistently see in the modern age is hate groups and pew pew toting type people who are very tightly associated with religious movements, especially Christianity, who are currently out there schmurdering people on a regular basis for all kinds of reasons, including their right to abortion or their sexual proclivities or all of these different things. Like, you have to understand that from the outside looking in, there's a lot of people who look at Christianity as kind of like a brain virus. It's like a cult that's really messed up.
What you're doing is you're judging Christianity by the Christians, the individual Christians, and not by the model, which is Jesus Christ. And so the message of Christ is to love everyone, right? So if there's Christians that are behaving in a hateful way, then they're just not, they're just Christians in name only. They're hypocrites. And
So
Bible
as an organization,
the Bible talks about this. Jesus says that there'll be people that claim to know him, but he doesn't know them. So this would just be consistent with the message of the Bible.
right? What I think is really going on is that the Bible is a book of fables written during the Iron Age that has zero application to modern society or any sort of egalitarian way of existing peacefully with others. And like I mentioned earlier, the fact that there are millions of Christians on the planet who do not actively purge your organization and those who claim your faith, who are bad actors, who commit hate crimes, who visit hatred and bigotry on others. The fact that y'all haven't eradicated that from your general social sphere of belief and all of the different versions, the hundreds of different sects of Christianity, that is a huge red flag that makes me wish that y'all would please just worship privately and leave like the public sphere completely.
I don't know what makes you think that like I have any power to control like what other Christians do.
Well, where's all of your power and faith and belief in your God when there are people who fly your banner of Christianity and they're out there essaying kids and murdering people and persecuting people who are part of the LGBTQIA community and altering our laws and making it so that religious doctrine is forcefully inserted into the way that we exist in society.
So P. Diddy was essaying kids, and P. Diddy represents LGBTQ. So why doesn't your LGBTQ people stop P. Diddy?
Isn't he currently going into trial? Isn't he being prosecuted for his crimes as we speak?
Yeah, but he was allowed, you know how many victims he has, like 10,000 victims? I mean, they let this go on.
Didn't God allow that
decades.
to happen though? Didn't God allow that to happen? Poor
Thanks for
Justin
coming.
Bieber, right?
I wish you well. See, when you reverse their logic on them, they don't like that. Oh man, there's a lot of people trying to request. I had this guy earlier and he didn't connect, so I'll try him again, I guess, first.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, just dealing with really emotional people who think they're logical, you know?
Gotcha. I'd done a little bit of reading on the transcendental argument for the existence of God.
Nice.
So I'm going to try to explain it in my best words, and you can tell me where I fall short. From my understanding, the argument is that the existence of an objective truth requires the existence of an objective world. So that's true for morality, that's true for like objects in the universe. And none of that can exist like an objective thing can't exist without an objective world. So there has to be a creator who, I guess, creates all of the objectively true things about the world. Is that correct?
Is that the transcendental argument?
I mean, I Googled it, and that's what came up under the theology page that I found.
Kind of like I wouldn't word it like that, I guess, but the idea is that God's necessary to have objective knowledge.
Yeah. So I guess what I was saying the other day, I think was relevant to that, but I didn't really understand the argument for the transcendental argument very well. But I think the position that I have is that are you familiar with the terms local versus global doubt? Have you heard those terms before?
Not really. I can kind of imagine, though, what you're saying.
Yeah, so there's a Cartesian's, like Descartes' theory about epistemology and stuff. He'd distinguish between local versus global doubt. The idea is like if you go out and you play in the snow for a bit and your hands get really cold, and then you go inside and you run your hands under hot water or under warm water, it feels like it's burning hot because your senses have been like misled, and the sense data that you're perceiving about the world is like messed up because it's betraying you in this instance, right? Or if you're dreaming, you're not actually perceiving reality, but your brain is perceiving something. And then the idea is that, well, if your senses can betray you in these local instances, then it could be the case that there's a mass delusion or that there's a global doubt. So like maybe your brain is just completely in a vat and all the sense data that you're seeing is wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. So like I said the other day, I operate under the assumption that that's possible. That it's possible that I could be living in a mass delusion. But I choose to live my life as if I don't, and I choose to have morality as if, I adjust my morality on the basis of, what I think is right and what I think would hurt the fewest people, what I think would benefit good people. So yeah, that's my view. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're not really defeating skepticism, though. You're just kind of ignoring it. So that's not. Traditionally, when we think of epistemology or about knowledge, it's all about like defeating skepticism. And so you're just like, your answer is just to surrender to it, and then
Well, actually, I would fight you on that, because I think that it's possible to have knowledge without having certainty. You can have knowledge of something and also know that it could be uncertain. Like when I'm watching a football game, I know that technically, the people who are filming the football game might be filming a completely different game, but I trust through my own my own intuition that it probably is the actual football game that I'm watching, that it's the real one, and the score is the real score and all that stuff. But I'm not certain about it, right?
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with certainty. Is just going to be the degree to which you think you're justified or something in a belief. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with what we're talking about. We're talking about like the possibility of knowledge at all.
Well, I mean, I'm gaining knowledge from the sense data that I perceive from the universe around me, right? So I assume that I am a real physical body that is comprised of matter, that has a brain that perceives things about the world. But I don't perceive a supernatural energy. So I assume that the only world that exists is the one that I perceive.
Okay, well, we know that the way we perceive the world is not as the world actually is, and so that's how most people think. That's how science and philosophy work. It's phenomenalistic, which means that we're only dealing with our perceptions of the world. But to know the world as it actually is, that's metaphysics, right? Mm-hmm. And so we have no way to get to that as the world actually is. But we need to know that, right? Because we have all these beliefs about the world is actually a certain way, but we have no way to know these things. Christian revelation just provides a way that we can know the world as it actually is, because in that system, ultimate reality has a mind, it's personal, and it communicates itself with us. That's the only way we could know the world as it actually is. So to deny the revelation puts your model, your system is an ultimate mystery now. Like you don't really know the world as it actually is. You just have to like, it's like, grant me all these assumptions and then I can have evidence. Well, I'm not going to just grant you the assumptions, right? You're going to need to justify those assumptions, because my assumptions are justified through revelation, right? And if you deny that, then you can't justify your assumptions. So you're screwed. We need God.
Okay.
There's no way out of it.
Do you think does God want me to know that he's real?
I would say so, because he designed it so you couldn't rationally deny him, and that all evidence would implicitly indicate his existence.
Okay. Do you think that it would be? I mean, I would say that if God could like reveal a supernatural quality to me, then I would immediately change my mind, or at least I would be much more likely to believe in God if I ever witnessed like a supernatural event, right? Because if I, like, for example, like I know that I agree with your characterization about the world that we perceive and the world as it actually is, because I know that there are various species of animals that can perceive different spectrums of light that humans can't perceive. So I know that there's probably more color in the real world than there actually is in the world that we perceive. And I know that there are animals that have really incredible hearing and sight and stuff. There's a whole bunch of ways in which the senses that we have fall short of perceiving the world as it actually is. But the question that I would have is then, well, we know that there is a difference between the world that we perceive and the world that there actually is. But the question is the world that we are perceiving, is the world that actually exists, is that a natural world or a supernatural world? Because I believe that the world is governed by the laws of physics, and I think that I can rationalize the world through mathematics, laws, physics, science. I don't have any, at least I don't believe that I have any shortcomings in my understanding of the world through a naturalistic worldview. I don't know why I would need to adopt a supernaturalistic worldview in order to explain morality or science or my life or anything. So I guess that's where I disagree with the Christian worldview, is that I don't feel the need to have supernaturalism to explain phenomena of the world.
Well, there certainly is 7 coconuts, right? Where's the 7 in the natural world?
We've created numbers to try to explain the concept of there being more than one of a thing, right? Like math is a concept that serves the human's benefit.
Yeah, but that concept maps onto reality.
It does,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. So there's a connection between this concept and the reality. So you have to explain how that can be the case. How can there be a connection?
Sorry, is the question that there's no physical like 7 of a thing, but 7 is like a representative concept? Like I guess I agree, but I don't know why. I mean, like I guess it's the same. Sorry, go ahead.
We have this concept like 7, right? We believe in it. The natural world, it doesn't exist in the natural world. So this is just an example of something like the natural world couldn't explain. But there seems like there is this like conceptual mathematical reality that math is something that we sort of discover. It's not really something that we just we're making up. And this is, I think, shown through something like a Mandelbrot set, which can't be conceived of by the human mind, but we discovered it when computers were able to like model them. And so it's something that a human mind couldn't even possibly conceive. So it's not something that we like invented. It's like a discovery. And this like conceptual realm of math maps onto reality, where we can like design a helicopter, and if the math is incorrect, then the helicopter won't fly, because there's a relationship between the real world and the mathematical conceptual world, and that means there's like a connection there. So
well,
that can require a force or principle that connects the two.
I think the force or principle that connects the two is the human mind that uses the word 7 to explain the concept of 7. So, for example, if I say that there's like If I need like a dozen eggs and there's 2 packs of like 6 eggs, and then it might be the case that, you know, in my mind, the concept exists like, oh, 2 times 6 equals 12. So I'll have a dozen eggs. That's a concept that exists because it benefits me to be able to conceive of a number of things, or of a variety of things. But that's a product of the human language that we've used to assign meaning to various concepts. Like I don't necessarily think that, like, I agree that there's a difference between like more like a subjective word and like an objective word in quotes. Like, I think there's a difference between the word like coconut and the word 7, because I think that coconut is like a real physical thing that you can like touch and handle, and 7 is like a concept that exists in our mind. But I don't think that it necessarily, like, I don't think that the implication that
you're bullshit, dude. Like, so if your employer gave you like $5 for like a month's worth of work, and you're gonna go, well, hey, wait a minute, you know, you owe me like thousands of dollars. What is this? This is just $5.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna go, well, oh, don't worry about it, man. It's just a concept. It's not real.
So yeah, I think that concepts have a basis in reality. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it
so
is
you
real.
don't live like this. So 7, when you talk about 7, it's like a real thing. These numbers are real things. You act like they're real. You behave like they're real, right? So your world has to make sense of how they can be real. And naturalism can't do that. So that's going to lead to an inconsistency between how you live your life and your background belief.
I don't think that when I say that something is a concept that I'm trying to say that it isn't real. I think that it's possible for things to only exist because of the human mind, and they're still very real. Like, it's possible that 2 mathematicians might both have an idea of what the number 7 is, but
if naturalism is true, then 7 doesn't exist. It's just something we make up.
Well, but it's something that we make up that corresponds to the real world. But just because we made it up doesn't mean it's not real. Just because we have to type it into a computer doesn't mean it's not real. Like, 2 mathematicians can type out the
reference. There's no reference, dude. When
No
you
reference
use
to
the
what?
word, it doesn't refer to anything, right? When I use the word, it refers to like a concept in the mind of God, right?
Well,
So
in my mind, it refers to concept in my mind. Yeah.
Dude, no, the human mind can't look. Any number is going to contain an infinity of numbers, because even like 1 can be divided an infinite amount of times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your mind can't understand infinity. You're finite. The mind can't provide a metaphysical justification for any number or math. You need an infinite mind like God. The properties that are associated with math being eternal, unchanging, and universal, those are divine properties. So only something divine like God with those properties could provide a metaphysical justification for math. To deny that, you won't be able to explain how there would be no referent to math, and then, like, that means whenever you talk about math, it's just gibberish. You're not referring to anything, so there's no meaning to anything.
I mean, I would just disagree, I guess, because I think that if I have like 2 of something, if I have 2 of something on a table, and I say, oh, well, there's more than one of these things. There's actually 2 times more than one of these things. There's 2 of them. I'm making sense of a number, and I'm using my observation of the natural world to arrive at that conclusion.
The number doesn't exist in the natural world. The 7 isn't in the matter and energy of the 7 coconuts.
But it's in the matter and energy of my mind.
It's not, because your mind is finite.
But it's able to conceive of numbers.
7 contains an infinity of numbers.
I would agree that my mind cannot conceive of an infinite number of numbers, but I mean, I don't think that that's necessary to know what an infinity is. I can still know what an infinity is, even if I can't conceive of one.
You don't know. Without the mind of God, you couldn't grasp the concept of infinity. God's mind is necessary for infinity, because you need an infinite mind, and since you're made in the image of God, and you think analogically, this makes sense. That you can kind of grasp or sort of understand infinity.
I
Because
guess
you have access to that mind.
Yeah. I mean, but I think that if the fact that math can be represented in real properties of the real world seems to betray the fact that we need the mind of God to be able to rationalize it. Like if I'm able to know that there's more, that there's a certain number of things, then it would seem to be the case. Like even though like there's like if there's like 5 things on a table, I can still know that there's 5 things there without needing God to come to that conclusion. I don't know why I need God there.
Because there's no referent for the 5.
The 5 things on the table.
The 5 doesn't exist in the matter and energy on the table.
But there's 5 of them.
Yeah, but it doesn't exist. There's no referent.
But what if I'm looking at it? It doesn't exist then.
No, there's no reference.
Well, the reference is the 5 things, right? That would be the reference.
No, because the 5 is not in the natural world. This is why the natural world, it can't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Naturalism doesn't make sense. This is one of many reasons, right?
But okay, if I don't believe in God and I'm able to make sense of it, I guess it feels like it's your burden to explain to me why I should adopt God into my belief in order to, because I feel like I can explain it just fine without God.
But you haven't been able to. So the fact that you understand like math and stuff, it's just evidence of God.
Well, what have I not been able to explain? I've been able to explain that it's possible for there to be a multiplicity of things. That it seems like I can rationalize that concept without God. Like I can understand why that would be the case, and also that concept does represent it. It doesn't show itself in an abstract form the way that math does, but it shows itself in a physical form. And also, we know that properties of math can be represented in physical forms. Like we know that with physics, like I can use like trigonometry to calculate the velocity of a ball flying through the air, even though like in a vacuum or in an abstract world, it might look different. Because there's wind resistance and there's like whatever labs can't recreate perfect abstract science or whatever, but we know that based on these formulas or whatever mathematical principles that I'm able to calculate the velocity of an object moving through the air, and that represents itself in the real world. Like we can demonstrate that principle playing out in the real world.
You said natural. I don't know. I don't know. It's like math exists in this conceptual world, right? And if all there is the natural world, then there isn't this conceptual world. So then it's just like you're going to have a real hard time providing a metaphysical justification for how we are able to use math if you're denying like supernatural things like God.
What if it just exists in our mind? Why can't it just do that?
Because our minds are finite. Our minds cannot provide a metaphysical justification for math.
Well, yeah, but the fact that our minds are, I mean, it might be the case that our minds
are, your mind's not universal. Your mind's not unchanging.
Yeah, that's true. But my mind is able to, like, it's
math
true that
is eternal, unchanging, and universal. Your mind doesn't have those properties, so it can't provide a metaphysical justification for math. You need a divine mind. Like I said, it has divine properties. There's no way out of this, dude.
Well, there are properties. There are properties that a divine mind would have that could correspond to properties that a divine mind wouldn't have. That's true. But the fact that my mind doesn't have those properties doesn't mean that my mind can't conceive of them. Like I'm able to conceive of, the pistol shrimp or whatever.
We're talking about metaphysical justification. If your mind doesn't have the properties, it's not a metaphysical justification.
Okay, but so for example, there's a species of shrimp that can perceive 16 different types of colors than the human mind can. I don't know what those colors are, and I'll never be able to see them because I have a brain that can only perceive cyan, magenta, whatever the fuck we can do, right? But but I know that ability to perceive different spectrums of light exists, even though I can never do it. Even though my mind can't do it, I know that it is real and it exists in other organisms, right? So how am I able to do that, right?
Because God exists and the Bible's true.
Okay, I guess I'm just not seeing how you get from point A to point B there. Like, I don't understand why God is necessary to do that.
Because you're talking about facts about the world, right? So that's going to imply that there's some force or principle that connects your mind to the world so that your mind can know the world.
Couldn't it just be like my eyes and my ears and my nose, my taste buds and stuff, and my feeling in my hands?
Right. So only if those things are designed and intended, like only if your senses and your thinking is designed by a God and intended to accurately represent the world that you're in, could you rely on them? If there's no intention, there's no reason to think that they're accurate.
They might not be accurate, and I've conceded that before, that it could be the case that they might. Well, they don't have to be.
They have to be reliable. Yes, they do.
Well, you could be a brain in the vat. You don't actually know that you aren't.
Yeah, but that's self-defeating. So if you're a brain in a vat, that claim would be, you couldn't prove that claim. If the claim was true, you couldn't prove the claim was true. So it's called self-stultifying.
Well, no, it's not that if in a world where it is true. I'm just saying that in this world, the world that we live in now, it could be the case that we are just two brains in a vat talking to each other, perceiving like a reality that doesn't actually exist, right? It's not a matter of if it's real, what are the implications of it? That's just an implication. That's just a possibility that we have to deal with, because the only existence that we actually know for certain is real is our own, right? Like, I can't prove your existence.
That's a self-defeating worldview. So if that were true, then that would destroy things like truth and the ability to learn about the world. So that can't be true.
Well, it can be true because you don't know anything outside of you can't prove that another person is conscious.
If it was true, it would destroy truth at a foundational level. So we couldn't say anything is true. So that's why it's self-defeating. It's a self-referential contradiction.
When you say if it was true, are you saying it being the possibility that our brain is in a vat?
If the brain of a vat is true, if that claim is true, that claim would undermine the claim's ability to justify the claim, which is called self-stultification. So that means it's a self-refuting statement.
Okay, when I say that something is possible, I'm not saying that it is true, because I agree that I agree with you that we probably aren't living in a simulated world. We probably aren't living in the Matrix. I agree with you that that's all true, but I'm just saying that there's no way that we can rule out that possibility. That's a possibility that we can't account for, right?
No, if God, ultimate reality, takes the initiative to reveal himself to us, then I know, because I'm in contact with ultimate reality, I know that I'm not a brain in a vat, right? Because God told me that I was made of dirt.
Well, what if God told you that, but what you thought was God telling you that was actually just like a simulation in your mind playing to make you believe that?
So if that were true, it would be a contradiction. So it can't be true.
What contradicting what?
It'd be I just explained, it's a self-referential contradiction. That claim would destroy the ability of truth at all in that world. There'd be no truth in that world. So that claim can't support itself.
What if there is no truth? What if that's just real? There is no truth.
Then there's no reason. Then we can't debate.
Okay. I guess but that would be the implication of what would happen in a world where you were actually brain into the vat. I'm just asking you to conceive of that possibility.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. If we're brains and vats, we couldn't argue, but we're arguing. So that means we can't be brains and vats.
Well, if we're brains and vats, we could actually just have like a simulation that's telling our brains that we are arguing and that we're saying these words. Well, I'm just saying that this is actually the inescapable argument, that we actually can't know.
Dude, yes, we can. So if God revealed to me that I was made of dirt and he created me and he created the world, that's not a way out of the brain in the vat.
Well, you can conceive, imagine I'm a scientist and I have a brain in the vat in this world. I could tell that brain that there's a God telling it that it's a real human made of dirt, made of flesh, blood, bones, whatever, right? I could do that. Hypothetically, I could do that.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
But that could be you. That could be you right now. That literally could be you.
If it's contradiction, then it can't be.
If it's a contradiction to what? You're making assumptions
What
about
is
the world.
wrong with you? Do you think there can be contradictions?
But you're not explaining what the contradiction is. I'm not
Yes,
sure
I
what
did.
you're
There'd
saying that
be a
there's no.
contradiction, and it's called a performative contradiction. There's a contradiction in the background information. If the claim is true, the claim undermines the ability to justify the claim. So it's called self-stultification. It's a self-referential contradiction. So that's why we know that's false, because it's a contradiction. Christianity, not a contradiction, therefore true.
But in this world, and
like a dog to its vomit.
In this world, if I have a brain, I put it in a vat and I create all this external stimuli to get this brain to believe that a God is telling it that it's actually a real human, where's the contradiction in their mind? How does that brain in that vat, in the hypothetical that I've created, know that it actually is, or know that it actually is a brain in the vat? How would it ever know that? I feel like we would never know.
So that would be a contradiction. So if you were a brain in a vat, you couldn't know you were a brain in a vat.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So that's called self-stultification. When you a claim undermines the ability to justify itself.
Is self-stultification an impossible
thing to achieve? Since that claim can't be justified, it's false. And do you believe contradictions?
Wait a minute. I just understood your argument. Hold on. No. I just understood your argument.
Yeah.
But no. But wait. There is a reason why it's not true that you just don't understand, okay? If this brain...
Did you say I don't understand?
Yeah. If
Are you
this
fucking
brain...
kidding me?
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Okay. Sure.
I wish you were.
Yeah.
Just keep asking the same question over and over again. That's a good strategy. Great strategy. Dude, they just asked the same question over and over again. After, like, how many times did I answer that guy's fucking question? I answered that guy's question like fucking 10 times. And he just kept asking. What the hell is wrong with people? God. Like, they just ignore what I present to them. Like a dog, and then they go back and eat up their vomit. Welcome, Jib. Did you repent and become a Christian? Dude, I can't stand it when people just keep asking the same question that I've answered. It's so fucking lame. How many times did I answer his question? 6, 7, 8? What the hell? If I'm a brain in a vat, that worldview is a contradiction. I walked him through the contradiction. He agreed with the contradiction. He said we wouldn't even know we're brains in vats. I'm like, exactly. What the hell? Holy crap, man. Welcome, Sean.
Brother, fulfill your great commission. Okay?
What's up?
Fulfill your great commission. I support it.
Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Oh, sorry. I thought you were just joining to say, like, good job or something. But I usually just have, like, I try to keep it to, like, one person on the panel. Welcome, Stick.
Hey, how's it going?
Going well. Just get a little frustrated, like, people asking me the same question over and over and over and over. Do you answer? Like, how many times can you answer a question? Like, what the hell?
Well, it just seems like you're talking in circles.
Exactly. You gotta like move on. When your question gets answered, you move on to something else. You don't just keep going back to it over and over and over.
I guess so. I mean, I think that you kind of get to a irrefutable point of being able to have a debate over this if you feel as though you are in the mindset of you believe Christianity and somebody is an atheist, you're obviously never going to fully come to terms with that with each other. So it's always going to be a roundabout, just circles. So
Okay, well, debate is a reason-giving game, right? And it's also going to assume things like there's an objective truth between us that we share, and that you ought to believe the truth, right? And like, so before the debate even begins, like, because I don't even think atheists can debate, right? I don't think their worldview can account for what would be necessary to even debate at all. So that's what we have to talk about.
understandable. I mean, do you? My main question is: do you believe in Santa Claus?
No, I made a video about the.
But why? Did you grow up believing Santa Claus as a child?
I remember my parents telling me about Santa Claus, and I thought they were lying to me, and so I stayed awake all night, and then I caught them being
But
Santa Claus.
you did have a belief in it.
No, I thought they were lying to me.
You thought they were lying to you.
Yeah, even when I was like 6 years old.
And how old?
When I was like 6 years old, I thought they were lying to me, so I stayed awake all night, and I caught them being Santa Claus at like midnight.
But before 6, you believed that Santa Claus existed?
I don't remember. I just remember I mean, that's really young. I just remember not believing in Santa Claus.
But they told. I mean, you have the ability to believe or to remember when you were 5 and 4, and I imagine they probably told you that Santa Claus existed, and so up until you found out the truth, you didn't believe anymore. Is that safe to assume?
Sure, whatever. I don't remember.
Okay. And another thing, do you practice or do you celebrate Christmas?
I mean, not really. I mean, kind of. I might have like dinner with family or something. But
Okay. And do you put up a Christmas tree, or does your family put up a Christmas tree?
No.
Your family doesn't put up a Christmas tree?
My sister might. I don't know.
Okay. Do you know where that tradition comes from?
Yeah, Christianity.
No, paganism.
No, it's not.
It is. It's the burning tree. For the winter solstice, they would have a massive feast. Like you just said, you have dinner, which is the tradition of having a feast during the winter solstice.
Christmas is Christian. A lot of people
No,
think
it's a pagan holiday that Christians took over.
No, it's not. No, it's a Christian holiday. A lot of people think that it's pagan, but it's not. It's actually not true.
It's paganism. It is.
No, it's not.
It goes back into when paganism's very, very, very old, much older than Christianity. And they had traditions back then which were a part of the winter solstice. And yeah, that's exactly what they did. They had the Yule log, which is the burning of the tree. That's where you see that in Christianity, and you read about that in the Bible. That is all pagan tradition.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. So here,
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay. Paganism is much older than Christianity. And
Sure. This is a book. I read books, so you can't pull this shit on me because I read.
I read books too. There's a great book called When Santa Was a Shaman that traces back the timeline of Christmas. It's a really good book. You should definitely read it. It's quite eye-opening.
Yeah, well, this book is about the influences of the things that influence Christianity. And there's no mention in this book about like Christmas.
Read another book.
Yeah. Christmas doesn't come from it. Christmas is a Christian holiday. It's not a pagan holiday. You're just misinformed.
It's absolutely not. Because in the time of when Jesus was alive, they went by the Julian calendar, right? So December didn't even exist in that timeline.
Yeah, you should like read a book or something.
Yes, that's exactly where this comes from, is a book tracing back
Really?
the timeline of Christmas.
What book?
It's called When Santa Was a Shaman.
Seriously,
Yes.
you need to get
Do you
better.
know? Do you know what the reason why Santa was a shaman, or why they called him a shaman? It's because he was the spreader of fertility. Just like in Easter, why do we put out Easter eggs? Fertility. Why is the rabbit a symbol of Easter?
Just because, like,
Fertility.
no.
Okay.
It doesn't follow just
You
because.
can't
like,
just say no.
Just because
Those are the facts.
No, just because they share like symbols, it doesn't follow that like it's pagan. It has a pagan origin or something. They use similar symbols to communicate a similar type of like theme.
So with Christianity, how are you able to deny older religions such as Judaism? That's one of my biggest questions within the Christian
We're talking
religion.
about the Old Testament. It's all about Judaism. We don't deny it.
But you don't follow Judaism. You follow the Christian religion. Why are you right and they wrong?
Because Jesus, right? What Jesus said was true, right?
How
So
do you know that? Were you alive during the time of Jesus?
Because Jesus resurrected from the dead, so that would prove he was.
How do you know that?
Because of the evidence, dude.
There is no true evidence of that, because you didn't exist in that timeline. So you don't have actual account or knowledge that actually occurred. And also, I want to ask you about the ecumenical councils. Why did we have to have many, many, many ecumenical councils to be able to piece together the Bible the way it is structured today?
We can objectively prove the Bible's true with the transcendental argument. So we know for sure that the Bible's true without a doubt. The
No, it's a man-made creation. It's created by man.
That's your opinion. Okay. So we disagree over ultimate reality, right?
Over ultimate reality? Your reality is what you see it.
Right.
I think my reality is the way that I see it.
I think the Christian God is ultimate reality. Like, what do you think ultimate reality is? You're going to say, I don't know, right?
I believe that we come from the earth and will remain on the earth, and we live and die and breathe life and death every day on earth.
Exactly. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, so in your system, in your model of reality, you have the problem of ultimate mystery. There's no rhyme or reason to anything. So
correct. It's all chaos.
Right. So you couldn't debate or argue or have evidence or facts in that type of world. So that world can't be true. So you're going to have to. You're now faced with a decision, right? Do you want to become a Christian, or do you want to just say I can't know anything?
Well, actually, by your logic, when I was 8 years old, I was saved. So regardless of whatever you state and say, I'm still going to heaven because I've been saved, and I can think and believe whatever I want.
Yeah, you can. But we're going to debate. We're having a debate here. So I'm saying ultimate reality is the Christian God. And when you say ultimate reality is I don't know, you kind of forfeit your ability to debate, because that's a bunch of nonsense. That can't be true, right?
No, not necessarily. If I've been saved when I was 8 years old, and then I can grow up and start reading other books and gaining knowledge of other things and see other facts, then I can create whatever world I want to. But I still get to have my cake and eat it too, because by your logic of being saved, I'm still going to heaven. So how do you dispute that?
Dispute what?
That the fact that I was 8 years old when I was saved, I gave my heart to Jesus. I gave my soul to Jesus because I was manipulated by the fire and brimstone technique, and
It just means
gave my heart to God and Jesus Himself.
all that means is
And
that you were more rational at the age of 8 than you are now.
sure, yeah, that's a good argument.
I mean that's true, right? Because
It's manipulation. Whenever
manipulation.
the same argument goes back into the Santa Claus debate. You're told this as a kid, you found out that this was a lie when you got older, and you know that's not your reality. So the same argument applies to what you're saying.
What?
You don't believe in Santa Claus because when you were 6, you thought your parents were lying to you, correct? So when I was 8, I knew no better, right? I didn't know any better whenever I accepted Jesus Christ into my heart. But when I grew...
No, sir, when you reject the Bible, it dulls your mental faculties. So, in fact, when you were 8 and you accepted Jesus, you were like...
No, I was told I was going to hell. And I was going to burn in a lake of fire. When you're young and you believe all of those things, then of course that's what you're going to do, right?
Well, that's true, right? That we have sort of like spiritual rabies, right? And then Jesus is the cure to your spiritual disease. And so if you don't repent and accept the cure, then you're going to suffer the consequences of the disease, which is eternal separation from God, right?
No, because I'm saved. That's what I'm saying. Is your logic is skewed. So I'm saved at 8 years old, but I can believe what I believe now, correct? And I don't go with the word of God.
Christianity is a way of life, dude. You either live like a Christian or you don't.
But that's not. But by your logic, I'm saved. But I can believe whatever I want to believe right now, currently.
I never said anything about you being saved. What are you talking about?
That's what follows Christian logic. When you're saved at whatever age you become saved at, then you are accepted into heaven. Correct or not correct?
You're in no position to be speaking about logic, Christian or non. You don't really know what you're talking about. You're kind of like a low information person, right? Logically, Christianity is true, right? Atheism is illogical.
How so? It's an individual belief.
Sure, but there's no rationale for it, so therefore it's irrational.
Actually, an individual lack of belief because there's no actual feeling or reason for a deity to exist.
It's also a lack of rationale because you lack a rationale for that position, so it's irrational.
Great. That's called chaos. That's what I believe in. I believe the world is nothing but chaos.
I'm kind of looking to talk to like rational people because it sounds like you got emotional damage from being raised Christian or something. So it doesn't seem like you're really interested in like logic and evidence and truth. Like you hate the truth.
That's because there is no logic and evidence.
But
it's none of this. That's what I stated whenever we started this discussion. That you're not going to sway me and I'm not going to sway you. We already went into that.
Well, then why are you talking to me, dude? What's the point?
Because I want to know what, like, again, with your logic, if I'm saved at 8, but I can believe what I believe now, I'm still going to heaven. I get to have my cake and eat it too. Why is that possible?
Christianity is a way of life. I don't know what you're talking about. You either have a relationship with Christ or you don't.
Right, but I had a relationship with Christ when I was a child. Now I don't have a relationship with Christ. But regardless, I've still been accepted into heaven. So,
how do you know? Okay, well, whatever. Who cares?
Wow, very Christian of you.
Get to a point, man. I don't understand. What's your point?
That your logic is askew. That's the point.
What logic, dude?
Of Christianity, the whole thing as a whole. There's no logic to it. It's illogical. It's irrational.
I can't understand.
Just like atheism.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I literally can't.
That's because it's all chaotic and irrational.
Okay. Well,
Your religion is chaotic and irrational, and the way that what I believe is chaotic and irrational.
right. So there's no point for us to talk. So thanks for coming. I wish you well.
Yep. Christ be with you.
God bless. Dude, where are they growing people?
My question is, what is that guy, like, what makes that guy think he was saved?
Why did he think why was he so sure he's going to heaven? What logic is he talking about? Whoever said that?
Yeah, I think he's got a couple misunderstandings on that.
Actually, I'm going to heaven very fast.
Oh, really?
Before all of you. Yeah. I got a ticket, and I'm flying straight there without even Elon Musk. Yeah. Guys, so you're not so lucky. I'm more lucky than you.
You're lucky? What is that?
I'm lucky. I won the lottery. I'm going straight to heaven. Look, I have a ticket. I can sell it. Do you want the ticket?
Yeah, I'm very jealous.
Oh, I already got the ticket. Thank you, though.
You have a ticket?
You accept God as your creator?
I believe that God is energy, and all of us has this energy and this power to co-create.
What? So you're not an atheist or agnostic?
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm agnostic.
You're agnostic?
Agnostic and agnostic, they're two different things, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, kind of looking to talk to people that don't believe in God, so...
Yeah, but you just took on a person who believes in God, and he was trying that you're gonna go to hell. But I'm telling you, you're gonna go to heaven.
No, that guy was trying to argue that because he believed in God when he's 8, therefore he's going to heaven, and that's okay for him to give God the middle finger or reject God at age whatever. Is he 30? I don't know how old he is. At whatever age he is now, he could just reject God, and because he believed when he was 8, he's saved or something. That's what he's trying to say.
Okay, so what do you believe God is?
Jesus, the Father, the Holy Spirit.
Okay, what do you believe about the other religions? Are they right or wrong, or do they have a right to exist or not right to exist?
Well, everyone has the right to exist and believe what they want. I would just say, I think they sort of have an idea, I guess, maybe of the Christian God, but it's sort of they have blurry vision of God. They can't really see God accurately because you need Jesus to accurately interpret God or understand God.
Okay, but Jesus said that I am the way. He didn't mean that do exactly like me. Because I'm a Christian by myself. I'm a Christian by myself, and I was born and raised Christian, but I always questioned my Bible. I mean, it didn't make sense. And then I have looked into the history, and I've seen that I don't remember their names. They go and kill people who don't believe in Jesus, who don't believe in God.
You have to say unalive.
Unalive, okay. I'm sorry. I just don't know this kind of things of TikTok stuff. So I always questions, did Jesus say that? Go and do this for me? I think no, he never said it. And
no. Are you French?
Another question I ask myself is does really God need defending? I don't think he needs defending because I can see there is a religion war in many, many lives, and people are just defending God. But if God is so powerful, I don't think he really needs defending.
No, he doesn't need defending.
His point, because I have seen many Christian people. I have seen many people who are just shouting at other religion trying to prove the point that Jesus was like this and like that. I think Jesus never wanted that kind of thing, you know?
Are you
Like,
French?
no, I'm not French, I'm Romanian, so
Oh.
I don't think like Jesus really needed this kind of followers. Like to go and to, if you know his story and the way he was doing it, he was trying just to bring people together and unite people together. But what I see right now, it's like a spiritual war, and people are fighting for their religion and trying to prove that I'm better than you and you are nothing.
Christianity is just about love. It's not about like war.
Yeah, that's what I want to say, that Jesus said different way. I am love.
Yeah.
So
I'm
follow my
loving.
way
I'm
and
loving
follow your
people.
heart. You
I'm
know,
loving.
just like,
Yeah, I'm loving atheists, but like because these people have self-deceived themselves that they think
yeah.
that they're on this like hot pursuit of truth, but really they hate the truth. They hate Jesus, who is the truth, right? And so then I'm just proving that Jesus is the truth. That's it.
Okay, what do you think about the Bible? Do you think the Bible was manipulated or like made it in a
No.
specific way so the people? No, because really in the Bible there's a lot of things that does not match up. I mean, even the King James Bible, because it was
No, it's
translated
90.
in
No, that's
many
not true.
languages.
It's not true. It's 98% accurate. It's the most peer-reviewed book. It's very studied. It's very accurate. There's no issues.
Okay, so how do you explain that in the Old Testament they say go and kill or
Unalive.
unalive? Go and do that and do that. I don't think God is really about that.
Well, because
Because I always have questioned that.
we do that today in our world. We have a human morality where those things happen, right?
Yeah,
And
but I think
that's just the Old Testament is describing like a human morality that's similar to our morality, but it's like it sounds bizarre because you're not in that society and culture, right? If you were in that culture, it would make more sense to you. But
so.
it's
I
just
think
like
it is just about
culture.
timing.
It's not, their culture isn't really different from our culture. It's only different in that like they don't have technology and like, you know, it's just any culture is going to
You
sound
have this
bizarre from
order, go and do that and go do that. Like you have to follow it.
yeah, and we have rules like that today in our society. That's just the human morality.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, because we have our own moral code now. I think this is a compass.
So this is just like how there's rules in society today, and some of those rules are bad, right? Or some of the things that happen in the world are bad. It's the same thing in the ancient world. We're not perfect as humans, so we create these systems, these human moral systems that's necessary as a result of the corruption of humans, right? So this is what we have. This is no big deal. Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I still find it very wrong. I mean, even if you take it back to that timing, like ancient times or something like that, even if you take that to that time and you think that God will order to go to unalive or your own son.
But don't you, like, isn't there like people commit certain crimes in your country and they get unalived for committing a crime?
No, but this was an order from God. That's totally different.
No, it's a human morality. It's not an order from God. It's not God's morality. It's human morality. They have a society. So
this is in the Bible.
You don't understand. Yeah, and they were living in a society. Society demands a human morality, a code of conduct, so we can like get along with each other, right? All societies have this. Right? That's not the same as God's morality. Our morality is not the same as God's morality. In Christianity, there's two moralities. They're different. So you're just talking about their.
I don't understand why the sacrifice was necessary. Like I could never. That's why from Christianity I go to study Islam, then I go to study Buddhism, then I go to study the Hinduism and everything like that, until I became just to know that nothing really matters. Everything is done for a reason.
It's because there's a debt. So because God is just, when we commit a crime against God, then now there's a debt, and the debt has to be paid. And so since God, not only is he just, he's also merciful. He sacrificed his son to pay the debt for our sins. So we know that God's just and that God is merciful. And so he loves us and he does this. And now we have a way to have a relationship with God, despite we don't deserve that. We deserve eternal separation from God because of our rebellion against God. But he loves us even though we rebel, and he sacrifices his son so we can have a relationship with him. It's a beautiful religion. It's amazing. It's about forgiveness, humility, grace, mercy, right? It's great. It's a way of life, a way of living.
Yeah,
Right.
that's God. But yeah, that's true. But why do you think we have to go through separation? I mean,
We
we're always
chose. That's
connected
what we
with God.
chose because God gave us the ability to choose. We can choose to have a relationship with God, and we can choose to not have a relationship with God.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
ultimately, life is about
Free will.
that choice. You choose love or you choose hate. God is love,
That's true.
so choose love or choose hate. That's what you have, that choice, and everyone's free to make their choice. And I'm just suggesting you choose love. I think it's going to work
Oh,
out
I
better
always
for you.
choose love. I always choose love, but
There you go.
what I'm trying to tell you is that by choosing love means that you have to accept everyone with their own beliefs and what they believe.
Of course.
Not shout and not prove your points, because I have seen people who really love God, but they are just defending him. You know, like
Of
you have
course.
to really listen that my God is better than your God.
Yeah, as a Christian, I'm only going to enforce my beliefs on other Christians. Like, if you're not a Christian, then I wouldn't expect you to like live like Jesus, right?
But would you shout
So,
at people and try to prove your point?
I mean, sure, I might raise my voice. People can be very like
Why?
frustrated. People can be very like frustrating and obnoxious and obtuse and stuff when you're talking to them on this app. So
Yeah, you
yeah,
know, it's so
frustrating
difficult
people.
because I go into these lives and they're like energy draining, because you can see that people are trying to defend God who doesn't really need defending.
He doesn't
And
need
they're
defending,
fighting for
but
their own
if I wanted
place
to,
of will.
if I want to defend God, don't I have the right to do that? I don't need God's permission.
You don't need God's permission, but does God needs defending?
I don't think he needs anything, but I
Right.
choose to
There you
defend
go.
God.
Yeah,
I choose.
but if you choose love and you choose everything, would you choose to shout at people?
Yeah, sometimes I think it's loving to shout at people. Sometimes
That's
people
not
deserve.
loving.
I think a harsh rebuke is sometimes warranted.
No, God,
Yes.
no, I don't believe in that. I think you have to keep your cool all the time. Otherwise, you just become psychopaths or something like that. Like people who cannot keep their
Well, it's not
calm.
that, but you're just not being realistic. You're trying to hold people to some ideal, right? But like, let's be in the real world, okay? In the real world, guess what? Sometimes we get frustrated and we shout at each other, right? And that's okay because Jesus loves us and we're all sinners.
Yes, but if we come from the place of God, then we have to be nice, right?
No, you're being too idealistic. You're not being realistic. So you're
Okay.
maybe that sounds nice as a concept, but it's just not realistic. You're just not being realistic.
I know it's not realistic because I have been to so many lives.
We should
and people are
be
just
realistic.
shouting at each other.
You shouldn't expect me to like behave in a perfect way. See, what you're doing right here is kind of wrong, right?
So what, do you want to shout at me right now? Just because I'm speaking nice?
No, but I'm just saying it's not fair, like to expect me to behave in some idealistic way that's reasonable and unlivable, right? So your
Okay, but
criticism is just kind of It's not fair.
Constructive. It's constructive because we can
No,
go
it's not.
through it.
We have to live in a real way. We can't live in an ideal world. We're not in an ideal world. We're not in heaven. We're on earth in a fallen state.
I know, but what do you think, that we have to shout at each other to hear each other better? Or we just can speak to each
Sometimes,
other
yes.
nicely?
Sometimes, yeah.
Or we can make some jokes and make fun about that, just to live the life in the right way.
Yeah,
Or
I
we
make
just
jokes
have to
too.
shout at each
We can make
other
fun of
and
each other. Yeah, we can make
just
fun of each other. We can insult each other. We can shout at each other. It's great.
yes,
There's
let's do
nothing
it
wrong with
this
that.
way. I mean, let's not just go, emotionally drained from this kind of lives. Let's
But
just enjoy each other and our
you're not,
opinion.
no one's forcing you to be here. You can go do your
I
own life.
know I can leave whenever I want. Nobody's pushing me, but
I don't get why you're trying to control how I run my live. Why can't I just do my live the way I want to do it? And if you don't like it, you can just go do your own live. You do the perfect. You seem to know everything, right? So you go run the perfect live because you know everything. Why don't you just leave and go do that?
So would you come to my life?
No.
See? Why? Because it's boring, right?
Because I'm kind of interested in like debates.
You need more energy, you need debates, you need power, you need control. See, you just don't like a chilling face. But it's okay. So no worry about that.
Yeah.
Just enjoy your lives, and I will give my spot to someone else who can entertain you more. Yeah, so good luck, guys, and I hope you don't fight and love each other, and peace. That's what I wish for you. Love
Thank
you
you.
all. Good night.
Thank you. I wish you well.
Good night.
Good night. Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, like she was kind of saying like we shouldn't like tell other people what to do, but then she's like telling me what to do. You see that? Like, why do they do that? It's wrong to tell other people what to do, so you should do this. What? What now?
Yeah, there was tons of red flags there.
Yeah, I don't know.
First, she said God is energy, like God is just all energy or something like that.
This is just goofy. Let's all be nice and like each other, and not be realistic about how things actually are.
Yeah, I don't know if she was just like trying to be funny or what. She might have just been trolling.
I hate that hippy dippy shit. Like, the
Yeah.
Bible says, open rebuke is better than hidden love, and the wounds of a friend can be trusted while the enemy multiplies kisses. So, like, a good friend will check you and give you a rebuke and say, look, you need to straighten your act out. You're being all goofy. Like, what's wrong with you, right? That's the loving thing to do. And someone who's a bad friend, like, let's say you have like a booger in your nose, right? Some people will just let you go through the whole day with a booger in your nose and not tell you there's a booger in your nose, right? Because they don't want to say anything that'll like make you feel bad, right? But a good friend is willing to like a risk. Maybe you get mad at him, right? Because maybe you're embarrassed when he's like, hey, there's a booger in your nose. Maybe you get a little mad at him because it's embarrassing or something. But he's helping you out, right? So he's willing to risk upsetting you and maybe ruining your relationship because he's like trying to do the right thing. He's trying to like do what's best for you.
Right.
A bad friend would care more about like maintaining a relationship than what's best for you. So they're always going to like tell you what you want to hear, basically. A good friend will tell you what you don't want to hear.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, people just, like, they'd rather just not hear the truth, I guess.
They hate the truth. I think one thing we have to make clear, because these people believe they're in this hot pursuit of truth. They love the truth, and they're just neutral observers, but they're not. They're not neutral. They hate Jesus. So,
Right.
welcome, Paul.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. This is my take on it. If people believe in Jesus and it makes their life better and it helps them, why ever not? There's nothing saying that's wrong, that's wrong. Me personally, after 20 years of research, I believe the Anunnaki created us. I know a lot of people will disagree with me and all that. Just take Tartaria for a point. Where did that go? It's disappeared. Gone. Completely gone. And did you know that the Virgin Mary, her grandmother, also gave a virgin birth? And every single American president, the British royal family, and the Rothschilds have all the same bloodline.
That's facts. The 13 Illuminati bloodlines.
Yeah. And that blew me away. Then I was reading about Thoth and Sumerian tablets, blah blah blah, all that. And what they believe is when they came down, their planet needed like gold to some defence field or something, and they were fighting the Nephilim at the time. Anyway, they came down there.
It's kind of off topic though, Paul.
What is the topic? It's actually.
Well, usually I'm debating like atheists and agnostics, and I'm a Christian, so usually we talk about like the Bible and God.
Well, you're not going to believe this. I believe in God as well, but I don't believe in God, the guy with the grey hair and the beard and all that. I believe God is inside us in spirit, and if you're a good person and you believe that, you will go to heaven. You will live a better life. You will see things clearly. You will live your life in a different way. To me, that's perfect. But a lot of people are going to disagree with this as well. How many religions put on suicide vests and blow people up? Only one, Muslims. And what's their view in life? Everybody should be Muslims or they'll be wiped off the face of the earth. In the UK, in the last 3 years, there's been 1.5 million.
I'm going to have to move on. Thanks for coming. I wish you well. Oh, man.
What is that guy even talking about?
He's talking about conspiracies. I used to be really I kind of actually know a lot of what he's talking about.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing me
Well,
up.
it's not really the topic. I think we'd get banned for talking about those things.
Yeah, it's like misinformation or something.
Yeah. Welcome, Coco.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm an agnostic, by the way.
Okay, right on. Well, I actually don't think you can be agnostic. Because I think like God's obvious, like an elephant in the room. You couldn't be agnostic about an elephant in the room. You could be agnostic about maybe like a tiny bug, like a fly in the room or something. Maybe you didn't see the fly somewhere. But God's so obvious that like, so.
But that's from your perspective, right? Because
well, right, but like, if I say that God is like obvious, clear, unambiguous, like, everyone knows God, and then you say, well, I don't think God's obvious, right? You don't believe God's obvious.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Like, I would suspend judgment. Like, that's the basic definition of agnosticism, is you suspend judgment.
Right, but you wouldn't be able to, if it were the case that God was unambiguously clear and obvious to everyone, you wouldn't be able to suspend judgment on that God, because you don't think God is like undeniably obvious.
That's the debate, right? Like, if you think God is, like present.
I'm just pointing out that you're not really like neutral, because you've made a decision that God isn't
obviously I do. Now we're gonna have to, go into definitions, right? Because when you're talking about God, you're talking about the Christian God, right? With its attributes, right?
Yeah.
So my definition of, let's say, creator, even though I think there is a God, which I would qualify in terms of like a creator, it might be different to, what you would define your definition of God, right?
What? Yeah, our definition would be different than what God's definition.
Yeah. Do you think like Allah, or I don't know, Shiv, or I don't know, like there's so many different gods, right? But I believe you would say like Jesus Christ is God, like the Trinity and stuff.
Yeah.
That's the doctrine that you subscribe to.
What's that?
Like that's the doctrine that you are subscribed to, the Christian doctrine.
Yeah, correct. I'm Christian. Yeah.
So why do you think, to be fair, the onus is on you, right? To demonstrate to me why you think, there is a creator, and why that creator actually is Jesus Christ.
Right. So I argue Christianity as like a paradigm. So we have like I'm going to say there's no such thing as a neutral fact, that a fact requires an interpretation or an interpretive scheme. So like when a paleontologist looks at a fossil, there's like background information that he believes that affects how he evaluates and interprets what the fossil means. Like if the paleontologist believes the Earth is like 4 billion years old, he can interpret the fossil to be like 2 million years old. But if the paleontologist is like some crazy, kooky, young Earth creationist, and his background information, like the Earth is only 6,000 years old, then when he interprets the fossil, he's going to say the fossil is only like 5,000 years old or something like that. Because
do we have like carbon dating to get like an accurate estimation here?
Yeah, but that involves like a paradigm too. So there's background information. There's always this issue where background information. What?
Yeah, I'm sure we have like a scientific way to determine the age of fossils and stuff, right?
No, because the scientific method doesn't tell us the correct like background information to interpret the evidence. So we have to guess at that background information from which to interpret the evidence. But if you don't have the correct background information, you can't interpret the evidence correctly.
Yeah,
so the only way
in scenarios, you're right. Like whether dinosaurs had feathers or not, like right.
Only Christians could have the correct background information to interpret evidence, because only Christians have like this omniscient God who knows everything, reveals certain things to us that provide the background information that's like necessary to interpret the fact in the first place. So when we look at the interpretive schemes that don't involve the Christian God, they all fail to interpret facts. And since the Christian scheme correctly interprets facts, then Christianity is necessarily true for facts. So to deny Christianity is to deny facts as a result.
I think that's like an absurd, presupposition that you're making. Like to deny Christianity is to deny facts.
I made a logical argument.
What are you even talking about? Like, can you give me a logical argument why Christianity, especially Jesus Christ, right, the God of the Old Testament, Yahweh, is the creator of the universe? Is your source the biblical scripture? Is that your source? Is that why you have this faith?
Yes, the scripture represents a paradigm or a model of reality, right? And then the question is going to be, which is the correct model of reality? Which is the correct paradigm, right? And then so you have to I'm presenting like a challenge. Like can you meet can your paradigm meet the transcendental challenge? Because the Christian paradigm can meet the transcendental challenge. And I'm going to say your paradigm can't. So since my paradigm is transcendentally necessary and yours is not, therefore mine's true. It's mine's necessary.
And what's the framework you're talking about here? Like, what's so special about the Christian paradigm that makes it, conclusive? Like, there is a God, and that's, Jesus Christ.
Like, imagine you walk into a movie halfway through the movie. But at the beginning of the movie, it was revealed to the audience that all the movie was taking place inside like the Matrix or a dream or some like alternate reality, right? But if you just walk into the movie, you don't know that the movie's taking place in an alternate reality, and you're just going to assume that it's like a normal reality. Well, that's going to affect how you evaluate and interpret the movie because you're missing that background information at the beginning of the movie. Right. And that's the situation we're in on Earth. We're just born into this world. Right. And we're not given background information about like who we are, where we came from, what is reality. Right. And the only way we can know what the world is, who we are, where we came from, and like how we are connected to the world that we're in is if God provides that background information through revelation, and that specific background information is going to be necessary for any knowledge at all.
Yeah, I would not necessarily agree with that because I think there is a wealth of, evidence and information out there that, is present. For example, where we came from, maybe if you talk to scientists like evolutionary biologists, they can point you to, like evolution. And I mean, is that something that you would agree with? Evolution? And in terms of morality or society or purpose of life, I'm sure like even if you reject religious doctrines, there is like plenty of other philosophical concepts out there, like probably absurdism, which says like life doesn't have any inherent meaning, so you can give it meaning. I mean, I don't know if you've read The Stranger by Albert Camus. So, yeah, that's probably one of the doctrine.
There's lots of like philosophers and they're real smart and they come up with these like elaborate theories to explain things, but it never leads anywhere, right? Because they have to speculate and guess when it comes to metaphysics, right? Since all we have is like our perception. We have our perceptions of the world. Science deals with how we perceive the world, but metaphysics deals with how the world actually is. Okay,
right? The nature of reality and
we don't have access to that knowledge as humans. We can only know metaphysical truths if there was like a Christian God revealing them to us. So if you denying the Christian God's like denying metaphysics, and you wouldn't know metaphysics, and if you don't know metaphysics, then like your worldview is going to fall apart because there's no like there's no actual reality. Then you wouldn't even know what reality is. So how could you even talk about the world in any sort of meaningful sense if you don't even know what reality is?
Yeah, I would like categorically dismiss this premise that you need to be like religious to make sense of reality. Sure, there is this idea of like solipsism where everything is just like a product of your mind and nothing could actually be true, but that would be like denying your very impressions of the world, right? So your friends, the material stuff you can see, the chair, the table, everything. And that's like a terrible worldview, right? You don't want to, You don't want to
That's your
abide by.
worldview. You can't, because
No,
you can't defeat.
that's not my worldview, and there are like
No, it
plenty
is.
of
You
other
can't. No,
school of
because
thought out there.
you can't escape solipsism because you deny God. God's the only way to get out of
No,
solipsism.
I think like that's a terrible.
Yes.
No, don't strawman me.
I'm not straw manning you. You're just denying the entailments of your position. When you have an egocentric starting point, when you start with the mind of man, you end up with an egocentric predicament. You can never escape your own mind.
I mean, you saying like you have to be religious or you have to adhere to solipsism. I think that's what like a terrible argument. Like, why would you think so?
Because you wouldn't have a unifying principle to unite your mind to other minds or to the world around you. You would be stuck in your own mind.
No, you can still
without a
interact
unifying
with other
principle, you're
people.
stuck. No, without a unifying principle, you're stuck in your mind. There's no way out
What
of
do you
that.
mean by unifying principle?
Ultimate reality.
Oh, go further. Like define ultimate reality.
That which dictates possibilities and necessities. That which determines the state of affairs. What is, what can, what cannot be.
And you have
The
to be
thing
Christian
does that.
and you have to be Christian to be able to access ultimate reality and connect to other minds.
Yes. Unless ultimate reality is like personal God.
Am I connecting to you right now? I'm not Christian, but we're still having a conversation,
Yes.
right?
Because Christianity is true, so this conversation would be proof that Christianity is true, and any attempt to like talk is just gonna.
I'm not
be
Christian.
like-
Like, how am I able
It
to
doesn't
achieve
matter because you might not believe in gravity, but gravity is still true, right? Your beliefs don't affect the real world. The Christian God is the realest thing in the real world. Doesn't matter if you
There
believe.
is. I mean, yeah, we are bounded by laws of nature, and that's actually an argument in favor of my worldview, right?
You don't have a worldview. Your worldview is nonsense. It's garbage.
Well, I am an agnostic, right? But you are the one that believes in stuff that defies the law of nature, like Jesus walking on water or like miracles, like. So,
doesn't defy the law of nature.
I'm not the one denying, like the nature of reality, right?
No, you are. No, that's incorrect. Because you don't know what ultimate reality is. I'm saying ultimate reality is
I
God.
mean, Jesus walking on water, isn't that like defying the laws of nature, physics?
No, it's just super like that. Like air because an airplane flies in the air. Does that deny the law of gravity?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't really catch it.
An airplane flying in the sky doesn't deny the law of gravity. The law of gravity still exists. It's just that there's this other law that supersedes
but that's based
the law
on
of
physics,
gravity.
right? Like, no. The thing is, like here, it's like entirely different, right?
No, it's not. It's exactly the same.
Resurrecting from the dead, or like walking on
No,
water.
sir. There's laws that supersede laws. So because like the law of aerodynamics, a plane can fly in the air, and it doesn't. The law of gravity doesn't cause it to crash to the ground. So just like Jesus is just
like Jesus walking on water is
when
the
Jesus
same
walks
as
on water,
a plane flying. I think that's ridiculous.
Jesus is employing a law of nature that's supersedes the law of aerodynamics supersedes what?
Which law was Jesus employing?
I don't know. I don't know the mechanism behind it, but it doesn't like mean that the laws of nature stop operating so that he can walk on water. That's not how it works. He just supersedes the laws of nature. That's how it would work.
All right. I mean, do you think Jesus resurrected from the dead?
Yeah, I do.
So would you say he was like using another law of nature and defying, reality or whatever?
Yeah, it would be like God, some mechanism. I don't know how God does it. I don't know the mechanism, but God somehow would resurrect him from the dead.
But why specifically, this, Jewish created religion, right? So in some middle part of like in the Middle East, like why specifically this religion? That's the word of God and the ultimate proof of a creator and the source of your morality. Like why is it why not, like, for example, the religion like Hinduism, for example?
Well, it's just because like we have this experience where and the Christian model or paradigm sort of accounts for and explains the things we experience, like morality, logic, uniformity of nature. Those things are explained in the Christian paradigm, and the other paradigms can't really explain these things.
Would you say like you derive your sense of right and wrong from the biblical scripture?
Yes, Christian morality is a way of life where Jesus is like it's about having a relationship with Jesus and then living out that relationship.
Okay. What are the attributes of the Christian God?
They're described in scripture, right? Like he's omniscient, omnipotent, loving, he's just, merciful, etc.
Why would like this creator that's beyond space and time and human understanding have anthropomorphic attributes like human characteristics?
Well, he doesn't, but that's the only way we can understand him. So we know God analogically as opposed to like univocally.
Okay, so this creator, did he create evil?
No, he doesn't create evil. Humans create evil.
But isn't human created in the image of God?
Yes.
So is God evil?
No. God's good.
Don't you think that's a logical contradiction?
No.
Did you say God is omnibenevolent? Did you say he's all good? If he's all good, then why did he create evil? And I'm not even talking about moral evil here, like, your neighbors shooting at you. I mean, natural disasters. Let's take Florida, for example, being hit by like a Category 5 hurricane and millions of properties, billions of properties damage, lives lost. I mean, kids, children, animals. I mean, that does not seem like a very caring creator, right? I mean,
Well, natural evil would be a result of the corruption in the world due to the sin, the fall of man. So,
wait, can you say that again? Like corruption and sin of the original man? Are you talking about?
Yeah, because of the sin and like Adam ate the apple, Adam and Eve rebelled. That caused there to be corruption in humans and corruption in the world, and that's why there's like natural evil or disasters.
But didn't Jesus Christ die on the cross so that he could redeem humanity of their sins? Is that right?
Yeah.
Then why? Well, it seems like that sacrifice did not work out really well, then, right? Because
No, it did. No, because now we can have a relationship with God, and we can repent, we can be forgiven, and then we don't have to face an eternal separation of God in an afterlife. We can have eternal life through Christ.
okay, so you haven't really been able to demonstrate like the existence of evil, natural evil in the world, right? And even if we go and question the biblical scriptures, I mean, there are some pretty terrible stuff in there, especially, in, I think was like 1 Samuel and Exodus, where it talks about there's like an explicit command from, God, advocating, like literally advocating for the genocide of like a tribe called the Amalekites, right? And it expressly, command the Israelite to kill the men, the women, the infants, and even the animals. What do you think about that? Is that like a loving God, compassionate God?
But
Yeah, so we live in a society, and as a result, there's like human morality, and there's things like war is just a reality of humans interacting with each other, and the result of the fall. So this is just typical of what we see in societies, right? Today, like we go to war today, right? There's wars today, so there was wars back then.
Yeah, but the difference is, like that's an explicit command from God, from your biblical scripture, your Bible.
No.
That's like, that shows the characteristic of your God. Right?
No.
If you're saying God is all good, all loving, and then he's saying, actually, guys,
sometimes these things stop. Sometimes these things are necessary. Like, if we didn't stop, if we didn't get involved in World War II, we'd all be speaking German right now, right? So sometimes there's these necessary unpleasantries. It's just a reality of human life and human experience, right? So I don't know, like, to deny that would just be unrealistic.
So you would literally just say, look, I don't really know why God did that, say that, but let's just believe in, he's bigger.
It's necessary for human life. Do you not understand that it's necessary for us to go to war sometimes? Like, we had to go to World War II, right? It was necessary. There's necessary unpleasantries in life. That's a reality of life. You are just trying to deny reality or impugnate a culture that
denying reality.
You're impugnating a culture that you're ignorant. You're totally ignorant of this culture, and you're saying this culture is bad. Well, your culture is doing the same things that culture did. So for one, you're a hypocrite. For two, you're ignorant. And for three, you're a bigot.
Oh, spare me the ad hominem attacks. Come on.
It's not ad hominem attacks. I'm just being real. Like, this is what you're doing. You're a monster. Because you hate God and you hate Jesus and you hate the truth. So now you're being...
I never said I hate God. I never said I hate Jesus, right?
Then why are you being bigoted towards Israelites?
Don't
why are you being bigoted towards ancient Israelites if it's not about hate? What's the reason for your bigotry to ancient Israelites?
Well, I'm not bigotry. I'm just like objectively.
Why are you hating on ancient Israel? You're calling them monsters. Why are you hating, bro?
Why I'm hating? But like I said, there's like an explicit command from.
Is America a monster for going to?
Their God saying to go and to.
He's just ignoring what I'm saying.
Yeah, I genuinely hate when people bring up those tribes, because those tribes did a lot of horrible things.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is low information, doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, so because we're human beings and we live life in a real world society, there's necessary evils, like unaliving people who essay children or something like that. This is just a result of being a human and being alive in a world and being real. They're just pointing to an unpleasant reality of all human existence, and then blaming that on God. But that's only necessary because we rebelled against God in the first place.
They just don't know what they're talking about. Bro, you're just making like crazy background noise there. Someone's asked to be put in.
Yeah, these people don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they watch these deconstruction atheists on TikTok and they think they're all like geniuses or something. They're all Bible scholars now. What's up, bro?
Hello.
I mean, what's up, ma'am?
Yeah, so I guess I'm atheist. I don't believe in a God, to be honest.
Why not?
I don't think it's healthy to believe in something that only wants to do like that puts you in a role, in like a weird role that until you mess up one thing and then sends you to a hell that will torture for you for like eternity, which is kind of, I don't know, it's scary, you know? And mostly I don't believe in a God that also brings bad things to people. For example, I don't know, bone cancer to children or just general genocide, you know? That's about
You believe in an evolution that brings bad things to people?
what? Sorry? An evolution?
So, yeah, evolution would have caused their cancer. They evolved to have cancer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay for evolution to do that, and you'll still believe in evolution. But if God does it, then you don't want to believe in God?
I just don't believe in a thing that like creates bad things just because
Do you believe in evolution?
I believe in evolution, yeah.
But that creates bad things. That we evolved
Yeah.
cancer.
I mean it's more that's more like realistic in my opinion to believe in an evolution instead of believing of an entity that gives us bad like stuff like that, like I explained earlier. I think it's more realistic and how do I say this? It's
What's
also more
real-
questions.
What's realistic or not realistic is going to depend on like background information of like what we think determines possibilities in the world. And like I think God determines possibilities in the world. What do you think determines possibilities in the world?
Nothing, really. It's just luck and I guess just the current of life, to be honest. Like I said, I don't believe in a God, so I just believe in life continuing. And like, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but I don't believe in a God, but I believe that maybe like I would say like the whole universe is like knows what it's doing, you know, by like just living and using its whole energy and everything. But I don't believe it's an entity or just like a being, you know? I don't know.
But I just proved God to you and you didn't even realize it.
I don't think there's a way you could prove God to me, to be honest.
There is. We disagree over what makes something possible or not possible. Because you look at the Bible and it seems unlikely or improbable.
I mean, the Bible is just man written, right? It's
Exactly.
like,
but then evolution, which is man written,
not really.
evolution created by men, you determine that's possible or that's likely or that makes more sense.
Evolution wasn't created by man. It's just like the natural curse
Did
of
aliens-
life.
Did we get that theory from like Mars? Was it written in like some rock on Mars? Or?
I just think that if you see, okay, do you understand the concept of evolution, right?
That came from men, yeah. I don't know if I trust it because it came from men. You know, you can't trust men because they lie.
The Bible came from man. Can't really trust the Bible,
Exactly.
right?
And evolution came from man, and men lie. So who knows if
Evolution,
evolution?
okay, evolution is more of a genetic thing. For example, it happens like in billions and billions of years, literally. For example, you'd see like a caterpillar being eaten by birds, but then it will like evolution to looking like the head of a snake, for example, and then won't get eaten as much because it's a protective like evolution. You know what I mean? So it's more genetics and like learning with the species of an animal or a creature.
How is it you can believe that, but you can't believe the stories in the Bible?
Because I think that I mean, there's things in the Bible that also aren't, how do I say it, like morally right at the moment. For example, I know there's a passage maybe that says like that slavery is okay and having multiple wives is okay and stuff like that, you know? It's just like it's like giving us rules to something that might happen at the end of a life, but I just think that it's important to maybe live the life you already have instead of thinking about like a heaven or hell, or like thinking of your life as a performance, you know?
Did Jesus own slaves?
I'm not saying Jesus owned slaves. I'm saying the Bible says that it's okay to have slaves.
But I thought we're supposed to model our life after Jesus, and Jesus didn't own slaves. So how would it be okay to own slaves?
Okay, so if I modeled my life as Jesus, I would just be crucified and killed by other people. I mean, it's it's kind of weird, you know? It's just, I believe Jesus existed, but I don't believe in all like the powerful or like magical act he did. I mean, it's scientifically proven that Jesus was alive on Earth, but I just don't think he did like all those like turning like an empty basket with fishes or turning water into wine, you know?
Yeah, but so we disagree over like because I think those things are possible and that they happened, right? And you don't think those things are possible. So we disagree about possibilities. And the problem is I have something that determines possibilities when I talk about possibilities, because God, the Christian God, determines what's possible or not possible. But you would have nothing like God that determines possibilities. So when you talk about possibilities, you're not talking about anything. It's just like nonsense. So like this is why you need to believe in Christianity. It's like an objectively provable thing. Because if you deny it, then anything is possible now. Because you have no reason to think something's possible or not possible. And if anything's possible, we couldn't even argue or prove anything.
I just think that thinking realistically is more like it gives more benefits than thinking that a God exists, you know?
Which is why you should be a Christian. Only Christians can think realistically. You can't think realistically without the Bible.
I just think, like I said, I just think that maybe the Bible isn't a set for everyone. Also, I'm not judging you for believing in God or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't believe it because I think realistically, and also the possibilities are endless, like you said. And I think that's a good thing, to be honest. And that just just following nature's course and like seeing all the probabilities and possibilities, like you were saying, it's just like we can't control it, of course, but like just like go with it, you know? How do I say this? I mean, you saw all the arguments I said earlier, but I mean, until maybe there's a legitimate proof that God exists, maybe I'll start believing in it, but for now we only have the Bible, and the Bible isn't really like proof, because like right now you can have fictional books, you can have like literally anything written by man that cannot be trusted with. That's what I'm saying. Like even it was written in a book for like years and years and like so long ago, I don't think it's trustable, you know?
We can prove it as a paradigm or a model of reality by comparing it to the other paradigms or models. And only the Christian model can make sense of facts. So when you deny Christianity, it's like denying facts. And that's how we prove it. It's proof to the impossibility of the contrary. It's literally impossible to deny Christianity is true. You cannot rationally deny Christianity. Not possible. Therefore, it's true.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean I can't deny it?
You can't because Christianity is necessary for rationality at all.
Not really.
Well, sure it is.
Okay, because, explain it to me.
I tried to about how we disagree over what makes something possible. I say God makes things possible or impossible, and you said you don't know what makes something possible or impossible. Well, that follows that anything is possible, and if anything is possible, then we couldn't even have this conversation. It wouldn't make sense. So only my paradigm can make sense of us having this conversation. Therefore, when you speak, you must be assuming the type of world that is the world that's described in the Bible or my paradigm. So you're assuming the Bible's true, whether you're implicitly or explicitly doing so. It's unavoidable.
But I have I'm not killing anyone, but I'm not I'm not what do I mean? I have a rationality. I know when things are bad and everything, but I don't believe in a God still. I know that killing children is a bad thing. I know that maybe stealing is a bad thing, but
you keep saying that word. You can't say that word. You have to say unalive. And if I don't knock you down, I'll get a warning. I don't think our conversation was really going anywhere anyways, because I don't know. The fact of the matter is God is necessary to speak intelligibly. When you're speaking to me, you're proving God exists. Welcome, Mustafa.
Oh, what's up? Just 1 second.
Are you
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, what did you say?
Are you a Muslim?
No, I am original, but I'm agnostic.
Okay.
Yes.
So I make the claim that you can't rationally deny God, and that God's necessary for facts as a foundation. So
Yeah, exactly. It's like if I see a color far away from me and I'm not certain which color it is, whether it's red or blue, I cannot say this is 100% red or blue. That's why I'm agnostic. I'm not certain if there is a God or no God.
Well, but I don't think you can really be agnostic, because I say that God is obvious and unambiguously clear. So you can't be what?
How is it obvious? Like how is it obvious that God is existing?
Because I think God's necessary for facts. So to deny God would be like to deny facts, and since you can't deny facts, you can't deny God. It's
I
super
see.
obvious. Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I think about that. Like, for example, the sun. If you look at it, it is the reason that we are alive. Because without it, we wouldn't exist. At the same time, it is bad for our health. Like, it causes cancer, right?
Yes.
And also, then I think okay, even if it causes cancer, life shouldn't be all perfect. Because it would be nonsensible. Sorry, my English. It doesn't make sense if it is all perfect. That's why we live and die.
Yeah, but that's explained in Christianity because he originally made it perfect and we rebelled against him, which caused the world to be corrupt. So the definite.
Okay, so yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
So does in Christianity, if I am not a Christian, do I go to heaven, or I should be a Christian in order to go to heaven?
It seems to indicate that if you repent, you need to repent and turn to Jesus to have a relationship with God. And if you don't repent, you'll be separated from God in the afterlife.
So that's what every religion says. Like, if you follow my religion, you go to heaven. If you don't, then which one should I follow?
Our religion is different because it's not about following the rules. It's about God's grace. So you following the religion doesn't really get you to heaven.
Okay, so I don't follow the religion that gets me to heaven. That's what you say?
Christianity is unique from other religions because in other religions you have to follow the rules to get salvation. But in Christianity, salvation is through grace. So it's an unmerited reward. So we don't believe we earn our salvation.
You don't believe that you earn the salvation. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for your time. That was very interesting.
All right. Thanks for coming.
Thanks. Bye bye.
I wish you well.
Yeah, I don't get how people like get that mistaken. Oh,
hello.
Welcome, sir.
Hey, you alright?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. All right. I disagree with. Well, I mean, I'm not an atheist or agnostic, but I disagree that God exists.
Well, if you disagree with God exists, then you would be atheist or agnostic, would you not? What?
Well, I believe in a start point of the universe that something made, but I don't think that God's like present with us, and I don't think he's personal, and nothing like that.
If God designed the world so that you would not know him, could we know God?
No, I don't think God designed the world. The world was literally just two rocks in space colliding over 4 billion years ago, and it was created from that.
Okay, but that's if you deny God, then God's necessary for facts.
No, he isn't.
He is.
He isn't. In your interpretation, he is, but whether God exists or not, that doesn't change the fact that 2 + 2 is 4. That isn't necessary for God. That's just human language over concept. It is.
No, because 2 has certain properties, right?
2 is 2. There's no property to it.
So
It's 2.
no, it has properties and features and limits.
What are the features, limits, and properties of 2?
Well, that 2 is like a set that contains a couple particular things, right?
But you've not named any of them things. You've just told me that it has these certain things in it, but then you're not telling me any of them. What does 2 have in it to make it necessary for God?
It has properties.
What are its properties? You've not told me any properties.
Yeah, 2 has a property where it's a category, right?
It's a word, yes.
It's a category that refers to like a set of things that contain like I guess a couple of the instantiations of the set.
You're not making any sense. It's just 2. You're just...
No, because like 2 is not the same as 3, right?
I know, because 3 is 1 more than 2, but it's the
Right, so
human language over it.
they have different. So there's different properties between 2 and 3.
Yeah, but you said there's different properties of 2, which I disagreed with, and you've still not disproved that. 2 and 3 are different things, yes.
Right. So what would limit 2 so that 2? What would stop 2 from becoming 3?
How is that even relevant? What does that even mean? What stops 2 from being 3?
Because you said God is not necessary, that 2 + 2 = 4. But I'm showing you that he is necessary because 2 needs God to limit 2 from having the same properties as 3.
No, it doesn't, because we could openly just make it 3 and then make it 5. God has no relevance. It's not limited.
If there's no limit to 2's properties, then 2's properties would have no limit.
There's no properties. There isn't any properties. So it's just the number 2.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. I wish you well.
Jesus.
Dr. Quantum. Oh my God.
I think that guy's been up here before.
Who? That last guy?
No, Dr. Quantum.
Okay, I'll try someone else if he's already been up.
I don't know, I could be mistaken though.
I want to give like new people a chance to get pre-soaked. This looks like Johnny. Johnny's my friend. He'd always have a picture of like a gorilla or a monkey or something.
Oh, I don't think this guy's your friend. He said in the chat, bro can't debate for shit.
It's hard to debate atheists because they're so irrational and they just keep going back to their emotions. It's very difficult to debate an emotional person.
Yeah, I think that last guy, Ched, is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, he couldn't admit that 2 has properties. Like, obviously it does. God, there's so many people.
Oh, what? Oh, my headphones.
Oh.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right, present your argument to me again. I don't really understand it.
It's the idea that like God's necessary for evidence, so all evidence would be implicit evidence of God because of the necessary relationship.
But there's no direct evidence of God, so how can you even make that claim?
It's an indirect evidence.
Indirect
So
evidence
it's like-
isn't valuable in a situation like that.
Sure
If we're
it is.
talking about the creator of the universe, man, I need definitive evidence.
Yeah, it's proof to the impossibility of the contrary. It's the best type of evidence you can have.
Could you clarify that term?
Yeah, the idea
evidence to
is
the
that,
contrary,
like-
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the idea is like I could say like if you were to try to deny logic, you would have to use logic to deny logic. So it's impossible to deny logic because in the attempt to deny logic, you would have to use it. So you can't deny it. So
Okay, I understand that. Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
due to the impossibility of the contrary, logic is true. And it's just going to be the same thing for God. It's the same reasoning.
That being said, your argument is pretty much impossible to debate, I think.
Yeah, it shows that like only Christians can debate. That's the point.
It does not, dude. It
Well,
demonstrates that you just created a situation where you're always on top because you control the narrative.
I'm not trying to. No.
That's essentially how it is, man.
No, it's just an argument about arguments. I'm trying to argue that Christianity is necessary for arguments at all.
Okay. See, I don't find that because in my experience from all of just religion in general, my entire family's religious. A lot of people have grown up in Christian cults, variants, whatnot. And mostly what I've learned is that they suppress information and they prevent you from learning things. And that is things I've been directly told by people who go to the church. And how is reasoning a thing of the church if they only tell you to not use reasoning?
What was your question? I got distracted.
I don't know. Where did you cut off?
Right when you asked the question.
Okay. Oh, fuck, man, I lost myself now.
Sorry.
You were saying something about how like a Christian cult, like a church.
Oh yeah. So I guess I'll give you a little bit of my background. My family were Germans, and we immigrated like all across the country. We've been persecuted for religion and belief our entire lives. So I understand the concept. Yeah, it makes sense. A lot of it makes sense. I've been to church. But but mostly we've just been in this cult mentality for years and in actual cults where they would force us not to learn things, not to explore outside of our communities, and wear a certain kind of garb all day, like only one type of clothes. There is no room for deviation. You are set to a mold. So given that example and similar situations, which are very common in just Christianity, how does God lead to reasoning if Christianity only tells you to follow him blindly?
It doesn't do that. That's just a cult.
That's just not just the cults, dude. I've been to actual churches, actual like places, and they preach the same thing every time. It's like ignorance in the world, but wisdom in God, and then you just ignore everything else besides the word of God.
No. That's just a cult. Christianity is about questioning things.
I don't buy that, dude. This one was not a cult. This was a regular ass religion. I don't know if it's okay if I swear, by the way.
Yeah, you're free to do whatever you want because Christianity is not a cult.
I'm not saying it's a cult. I'm just saying there are cults and there are similar mentalities.
Yeah, so that they would just be going against the will of God. So what they're doing would be wrong. So they're just not Christian.
You say that. But when it comes to church or Christian to Christian, everybody will tell you a different thing. Why is there not a common across the board explanation? Why is it so up to interpretation?
I mean, we agree
It's because we're not a cult. So we are open. We have freedom to disagree.
No, but that's not what I mean. Like in the Bible itself, why is it so easy to interpret everything? You have to specifically find out what everything means, and by the time you get there, everybody comes up with a different answer.
Well, some people leave out the context and they just don't, consider the real meaning of the text. So that's kind of where we come divided. And they develop a cult-like mentality by misrepresenting scripture.
Well, let's take scholars, for example, right? I've done a decent amount of research into religious scholars. Not recently, I'm not fresh on it, but even religious scholars, they've spent years researching theology, and they have very differing views on what one passage means from the other. And so, because of that, how can you not deduce that whoever was in charge of any given church just puts whatever meaning they want onto that, and then
because we have hermeneutics, we have an objective way to interpret Revelation.
Explain.
I'm not a Bible scholar, but I know that we have an objective way to interpret Revelation.
Yeah, but still, even these Bible scholars who have these objective ways to interpret it, they don't interpret it objectively. They all have different opinions. It's all varying on like pretty big margins.
Well, what? Scientists disagree and mathematicians disagree. It's a good thing that they disagree.
Yeah, but that's not the same. Mathematics does not claim to be a full system that is completely done.
Is math objective?
Math is not objective, not specifically.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, so mathematicians can disagree about math, which is like... This is just ridiculous.
Yeah, the questions he was asking is kind of like asking, why do people twist the meaning of scripture to do bad things, like to justify bad things? And like it all ties down to kind of like a sense of ignorance about it. Like, I don't even know what he was getting at there.
Jesus literally predicts that will happen. He said there will be people that claim to know me, but I don't know them. Jesus literally predicts what that guy's complaining about. I'm like, it's good that Christians disagree. They always go, oh, why do Christians disagree? It's like, why? Of course they disagree. Like, why wouldn't we disagree? Everyone disagrees. Scientists disagree. Mathematicians disagree.
Right, he can kind of answer his own question in a sense because he brought up Christian cults.
Philosophers never agree. So if the standard is like we have to all agree, like no one follows this standard. There's no reason to like put this criteria on Christian and like no one else has the same criteria, or like, oh, man wrote the Bible, so therefore it's not true. Well, apply that criteria to like science or math. They won't do that. Because they want to say that man created logic and math, but those things are true. But then because man created the Bible, therefore the Bible's not true. So they're not even following their own criteria. It's just nonsense. The atheists can never be consistent.
Right.
If they develop the criteria they use to say God doesn't exist, they never apply that criteria to all the things they think exist. Because if they did, then nothing would exist. They wouldn't be able to make sense of anything.
That's true.
Welcome, TK.
Hello.
Do you accept God as your Hello. Do you accept God as your creator?
No.
Why not?
I just don't. I don't think there's any evidence to prove that he's real.
Well, that's not really. Well, part of my evidence is that you can't rationally deny God.
You literally can. Where's the evidence? I don't see any evidence in front of you.
Yeah, but that's just like a restatement of your position. That's not a rationale for your position.
Okay, rationalize why God does exist.
Yeah, because God is necessary for evidence. So to deny God would be to deny evidence.
Okay, but how do we know that?
Because if you think about like any fact, God's going to be like necessary for that fact. Like to boil noodles, water has to.
How is God? How does God tie into that? That was man-made. How does God tie into that? It's like saying oh, since we have gloves, yeah, that's evidence God exists.
Because to boil noodles, there needs to be like uniformity of nature. That when you heat water,
that was created by the Big Bang. Silly. That we have actual evidence of happening.
The Big Bang doesn't explain the uniformity in the nature.
It literally does. So
it's literally a type of uniformity in nature. It's not explaining the uniformity of nature.
It literally made it. So I don't know how that works.
No. So we see this regularity in the world, like when you drop a pin, it falls to the ground. So in the future,
yeah, because of gravity, because there's a gravitational pull, magnetics. You know how magnetics work, right? Don't you? That's literally like first grade science.
So then, like, what would make that true? What would make gravity behave in a way where it consistently pulls the pen to the ground? And it's going to be like God, right?
No, it's because of the core of the Earth, and also depending on how close you are to the sun. And it's because of the Big Bang. You know, it created like mass.
Yeah,
you know,
gravity pulls things to the Earth. So what makes that true, though?
Seeing it happening, that's what makes it true.
No.
There being evidence of it?
Seeing something, we don't make things true with our observations.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Like, what would determine what is, what can, and what cannot be? Like, what would dictate the state of affairs in the world so that gravity behaves the way that gravity behaves? Because gravity is like limited, right? Gravity doesn't like become stronger or weaker randomly, right? It's consistently like the same strength.
Yeah, it's consistent because of how the Earth's core is like centered and stuff, and also because of how close you are to the sun. It depends on like,
Right. But there's not, it depends on, it's called a gravitational constant. But like, what would impose like the order that property remains the same? The gravitational constant is constant.
because we're staying the same distance from the sun, and the Earth's core is still in the same place.
No, it's God. You need God.
Okay, I'm not gonna believe in your big sky daddy, okay?
Okay, but you're just being emotional. You're not being logical.
Emotional. I think the person who believing in something that has no evidence is more emotional than someone who is not believing something that doesn't have any evidence.
I presented the case that why God's necessary for evidence.
I don't really. Why is it necessary for evidence?
Because God is the thing that like limits the states of existence in the world so that they have a limit.
How do we know that's real? Where's the evidence of that,
Well,
where's like, I'm gonna need some like physical proof of Jesus' existence.
Right, so like an apple, right? An apple has a limit because if there's no limit, nothing limiting the state of existence.
Limit of what?
The states of existence. If nothing was limiting the apple's state of existence, then presumably there would be no limit to its state of existence. And if there's no limit, then what's to stop it from the apple from becoming an orange? Nothing's limiting it, so it doesn't become an orange.
Because they're two different types of plants that were created by the Big Bang.
Right.
Silly.
But only God can limit the state of existence of the apple. Nothing else would be able to limit it.
How do we know that? There's no evidence of God doing that, though. So.
God told us that's what He does through His divine power.
Okay, so if I told you I was a giant, would I be a giant now?
No, we can take
exactly.
But you're not God. God is like the authority of truth in the system.
How do we know that? How do we know He's not lying about that?
Because if God's lying, then nothing would be true. So if God's lying, that would be self-defeating. So it'd be a contradiction.
There's lots of contradictions in the Bible, so, Yeah,
but that's because the Bible uses a different type of logic as opposed to analytical logic. It uses both and type reasoning, which is a holistic approach to reasoning as opposed to either or type reasoning. Right? So there's some type of reasoning where it's going to say what is black is not white, or what is true is not false. And then there's another type of reasoning and approach where there's like focuses on the gray areas. We'll say
okay, why are we talking about colors now?
Because you said there's contradictions in the Bible, but I was just pointing out that that's only a problem if it's using analytical logic. But we don't find analytical logic in the Bible. We find like a holistic sort of Eastern type of logic.
Okay, so Eastern logic is not logical. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's just a different type of reasoning.
Okay, so that type of reasoning contradicts itself, which doesn't really make it logical, does it?
No, it's a type of reasoning that would use contradictions because it's going to say this is true and this is true, and because both these things are true, then there's this like new truth revealed through that truth. So the Bible uses this type of reasoning where it's going to say that like it's true that God is set apart and radically different from the creation, and it's also true that God incarnated in the creation in a man. So we have this like God's set apart and He's also incarnate in creation. And so that's then from those two things being true, we derive further truths.
I don't remember ordering a word salad.
Well, I don't know. You must not have been paying attention to the stream because it's clearly that's what I'm doing here. Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I wish you well.
biological being who believes in a big sky daddy. Okay. Bye.
I wish you the best.
I
Dude,
wish
is
you the
she
best
being
too.
serious? Dude. Is she actually being serious?
She's pretty funny. I
Bro,
love her.
what was she even on? Well, I mean, what was she? I mean, demons are powerful in this live, real quick.
Oh, yo, what's good, Keith?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, she really is toxic. That's what Cassie said. Yeah, she really is toxic.
Okay, did you have a comment or a question or something? Or
Yeah, no, I was just gonna add on. So there is a grand architect, right? And that's the father. And I mean, I don't know what people were getting at, but I don't know what she was getting at.
No,
But
yeah,
like I
she's
said,
a Satanist, so she's basically expressing that she hates God.
well, there's somebody in the comments named Water, and he's trying to trash on us as believers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, these people just hate God. They're not open to the truth.
Exactly. I mean, and she said Sky Daddy. Yeah, who made up that term? That's false.
Sorry, Precept.
oh, no worries. You can talk. Yeah,
Well,
Darsh
what
says daddy.
Well, what I was saying is, you know, there's only one way to the Father. I mean, and these people, it's sad because these people, you know, they're gonna die believing in nothing.
They're gonna die with being separated from God.
Exactly.
And eternal separation. They're not gonna be happy about that.
Yeah.
Like deep down, we all want a relationship with God, and they're just in self denial. They don't think they need God. They're just like rebellious teenagers, sort of. It's like a teenage angst type thing.
But I mean, like, okay. So what I was saying is, it takes more effort, it takes more energy to deny the Father than it does to actually accept Him, because that's easy. You know what I mean? It's easy to, because His, what does it say?
His yoke
Biblically?
is
It says,
easy, and his burden is light.
that's right. That's exactly right. So I mean, like, people who fight against that, I mean, there's something going on in their lives that they don't even have the answers to, and they will not find it unless it's like people like us, like, who speak the truth. You know what I mean?
In Galatians, it says they hated Jesus because he spoke the truth. And there's just a lot of people will say that people like hate the truth, like George Orwell and Plato are both quoted as saying that. So I think it's just they hate the truth. They want their.
Well, I mean, like, I go on these lives all the time, and then I say, okay, do you want to go like scientifically? Because astrophysicists believe in a grand architect, and I say, okay, well, let's not go that route because I'll school you. And then they say, let's go biblically, and I say, okay, I'll school you in that even more. And then they say, well, let's go historically. So I say, okay, let's go historically. Even the Romans said that there was a resurrection of the Messiah. Even the Romans, that's a Roman account, not even in the Bible, a Roman account. So I mean, like, why do people even try to discredit that the Messiah was even here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's pretty weird. He just has a message of love. So I don't know why people have a problem. Like, it's literally just love others, forgive people. Like, what's the issue? Even if you don't want to be a Christian, there's no reason to hate Christians. You know?
I know. I mean, but I guess my question is, wouldn't it be safe to, you know, have it and not need it than to need it and not have it? I mean, wouldn't it be safe?
Like Pascal's wager type of thing. Like, you better bet on it. It's just the safe bet.
I mean, because, like, if we know the truth and we die for our truth, which is the truth, wouldn't people like have, how do you say, insurance? Wouldn't they bet on insurance just in case that there is a heaven or a hell? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if we're wrong, which the evidence doesn't suggest, we just turn into space dust. We genuinely don't lose anything. But if we're right, which the evidence does suggest, we don't. We gain a lot, and those atheists, yeah, which the evidence does suggest, we will gain everything, and the atheist will lose like a lot. And it's crazy how these people are willing to gamble with their own afterlife.
yeah,
Like,
because eternity is a long time.
right, I would say even like our lifetime is a blink compared to eternity.
That's right. That's right.
That's why a lot of the things we worry about, it's like things we worried about 10, 20 years ago, they don't seem to matter very much anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so we're so engrossed in this life and in focus in this life that I think we're going to come to find out that a lot of things that we worried about and that mattered a lot while we were alive, and there's an afterlife where there's like a reverse, like the things that were important we didn't think were so important, and the things that we think important are actually.
And I school Muslims all the time with the truth, and the Quran even points to the Messiah. I mean, the Quran even does, and the Quran is false, by the way.
Yeah, I won't even talk to, well, I don't know if I don't even want to, the way I see it is like, at least they believe in a God, I guess. Like, I'm kind of more,
Well,
me
which
personally.
God?
Yeah, that's the question, is which God. But like me personally, like I think atheism is like so like, how can you think there is no God? Like that's so bizarre to me. Like I can't even.
Hey, Dale in the comments said, "I'm not afraid of hell." Well, you should be. I mean, do you know what the lake of fire is? I mean, that's eternity burning into a sulfur lake of fire. Do you know what brimstone is? Have you ever gotten close to a volcano? Because I have, and that is nothing compared to what you will face if you do not accept the salvation that our Father gives us.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna. There's a lot of people requesting to come up. Do you mind if I move on to look for a non-believer? Is it kind of?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Thank you for having me up. Yeah, I mean, if
You're welcome.
I don't know. I mean, I came here to speak the truth, and that's all. And thank you for having me up.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
And it says also in the Bible, it says to stand firm in your faith. So don't let any of these people tell you otherwise.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty firm. That's for sure. Thanks, man. God bless.
All right. God bless. All praises.
I saw him asked to come up in the chat, so I thought he was going to be an opposition, but that's cool. That's generally we're looking for non-believers, but if you want to come up and if you're a Christian, you want to come up and make a comment or ask a question, that's cool. Welcome. I saw you were asking to come up in the chat.
Hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, hi.
I hear you.
Sorry?
I was just saying I hear you. There might be a
What were
delay.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I just got off my Wi-Fi, so I don't know. It's maybe it's lagging, but I heard one of you saying something about like I don't know how like they can't believe in a God. Well, like I'm an atheist and I always have been, but like I'm married to a Muslim, and like I've opened my heart and like I've tried like my being to like be open-minded and try and like accept God. And my like one of the people I was raised by, he's a Christian, and I've been to church a lot, and it just I don't know, it's no disrespect, but it's comical to me how people can actually like hold so much weight with religious texts and like, you know, they take it as concrete. It's really shocking to me, actually. I don't understand how so many people still to this day believe in it's just very outdated, and I've tried and I just can't. And you have like, I haven't heard any compelling arguments on while I've been a part of this live that are convincing in any way. And like also you make a statement, God exists, like on the screenshot here, like as if like you're certain, but like you have to have faith. Like your belief's based on faith. It's not based on like fact. So yeah,
I think it's based on fact. I mean, I have faith too. Faith isn't like, to me, believing something without evidence. Faith is just saying that like I'm certain this thing's true. So I think, yeah, I have like, there's objective proof, undeniable, like the best evidence you could possibly have that Christianity is true. And that's why it's like, it's just weird. It's hard for me to think of like how, because God is so like fundamental and foundational to reality. And if you deny him, reality doesn't make sense. It's hard for me to think that someone would deny God. Cause like, I don't think reality would totally fall apart, because he's like the foundation of reality. It's like you knock the foundation.
But we're all born. Sorry, you go.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say we're all born atheists, but like none of us are born with God inside us. So like, it's sort of like environmental to an extent. Like that's how I don't really agree with you saying like God's like, you know, the foundation of like everything that's here, or knowing God. We're taught, like people are taught it and they believe it or they don't, but most of the time they believe it because the family they're in.
I mean, you say people are taught it, but yeah, that's like the vast majority of people believe in God, and like historically people have always like believed in God. So it's like, where why is it like everyone believes in God? I don't see how you say you've determined that we're born atheist when like it seems like we're born because like
no
most
one's
people
born like believing, but
well, I don't know. I would disagree, because I think that since God designed us, he designed the way we think. Even just thinking is sort of like, you're like, it reveals that there is a God. The fact that like we can think.
really?
Yeah, because God does.
How come? Like, what makes you say that?
Because if there's no design to our thinking, then there's no reason to like think that our thinking is accurate. Like if it was just the result of evolution, well, who's to say that like humans that had like bad or inaccurate cognitive abilities like evolved or survived better than humans that like thought accurately? And so as a result of evolution, like our thinking is inaccurate. So there'd be no reason, if there's no design, if there's no intention to the world, there's no intention to our evolution, there's no design to our mind, there's no reason to think that our mind is able to reason accurately about the world that we live in.
Right. Well, I have a question. Like, do you think the universe owes us an explanation? Because like God is sort of like in place for what the unknown is. We just put it to God. So like, I don't think the universe or anything here owes us an explanation as to why. Do you think like we're owed an explanation as to why, and then you just sort of insert God here when we don't have like definite answers?
No, I'm arguing that like we're not like owed an explanation or something, or that we don't always need an explanation, but I think that God is foundational for any explanation. So like explanations would not be possible without God. God's like necessary for explanations.
Right.
And
well, I've really tried to be like religious, because you know, like of course, like who wouldn't, like if like I've always said to my husband, because as I said before, he's a Muslim. I've always said to him like, I would love to feel like that when I die, like I'm gonna go to some place. If I do, because if I was certain that God existed, I would be the most religious person ever. Like I would be like perfect, like a perfect, like Christian or Muslim or whatever religion I'd be. I would probably be a Christian if it was anything, but like so that's why I'm surprised that so many people believe in God, but they still do things that aren't allowed or what they're supposed to do, because like certain that God was real, they would conduct themselves in a different way, I think. Because I know myself, I would be devout as like my life would be dedicated to God if I knew He was real. But I don't know. I just can't. I can't.
I mean, it just doesn't really jive, like, because to me, like, it seems like if someone wants to believe something, humans are excellent at coming up with excuses or rationalizing anything to be true. Like, there's people who are obviously struggle with like addiction or something, right? And then they'll just come up with any rationale. They'll be like, oh, I don't have a problem, right? Because blah blah blah, or make this and that excuse. So people are like, if you really want to believe something, like, and like especially with like God, there's lots. I think there's lots of good reasons to believe in God. I don't think it'd be hard to like rationalize why like there's a God. So it's just it's hard for me to think that you actually want to believe in God, but you can't come up with a good reason for God. Like I don't.
No, I truly do want to believe. Like I would love to be like I would love to like have faith in God. I'd love to be able to be like a part of like a community in a way, because there it is.
It just seems so weird. I don't know. She's breaking up. It just seems so weird to me because,
I
like,
have
I swear,
tried.
if you wanted to, you could easily believe it. Like, I don't see what's keeping you from believing in God.
I don't know. I don't agree with that. Like just because of the kind of person I am, like I'm sort of, I wouldn't say I'm cynical, but I question everything, and I sort of need like to see it in my face to believe it. And there's nothing solid about any religion. So, and like who's to say that like Hinduism's wrong? Like only you guys do, but to them, their religion's just as real as yours, and like to any other religion, theirs is just as real as Christianity is to Christians. So like who's wrong?
Well, that would be a theological debate, and I mean, we could get into that, but like, I like to focus on like, because I think, so there's this reality, right? We're in this world. There's an external world. When we speak, to have knowledge means that we're able to like speak about the world, and that our sentences like correspond to like something in the world that's true, right? Like if I say the cat is on the mat, that sentence is true if in an actual world there's a cat that's on a mat in some reality that's external, right?
Yeah.
So the problem is, there's a problem in philosophy where, did you know that we can't prove the external world is real or actual? All we know is that we have like perceptions of this thing, but it doesn't follow that because we perceive the cat is on the mat, that the cat is actually there on a mat. It could just be an illusion or something.
Like I mean, I'm sure what you're saying like is like true, but like I mean true as in like what you heard and what you've like whatever, but I don't know what I see in front of me, like I will accept that as fact. Yeah, absolutely, because that's how everything works. That's how this internet works. Everything. What do you mean? Yeah, but like I guess whether I have a rational mind or not is subjective and objective because clearly I'm having a coherent conversation with you, but you might think I'm not rational. So, what evidence is there? Because I'd love, like, I mean, I've looked into it for a long time. I'd love to see the evidence. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it, but like, as I guess you said, that's the host. I only came in like since I started requesting to join, so I maybe missed what he was saying earlier. Uh, yeah, but uh, do you remember any of like the specifics? Because like what you said isn't really evidence for like, right? Yeah, that's okay. Were you raised a Christian? Right.